Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. We are in the beautiful Mashatu, and I am super happy to report we still have impalas here. I thought they had moved, or they have been stolen and put somewhere else, but they are still here. Only a few of them, though, and no babies yet. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And I'm hoping that we see a lot today. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely elephants. Very, very, very much hoping for some elephants. Of course, we had a beautiful elephant sighting yesterday with Lauren and Darby. But I hope we can get some elephant action today on one of the dam cams. Hopefully. Who knows? But we will have a look-see. And as I said, it's only a few impala. Not sure where their ram is or if it's just a feminist group of impala. What's going on here? But perhaps the rest of them are just deeper into the bush that we can't see them. Generally, I mean, as a herd, they do move together. Of course, for safety in numbers, approaching the waterhole together, leaving together. But it's perhaps a bachelorette party. Not too sure, because they also do not seem pregnant, these ladies. But so far, it has been a little bit overcast in Mashatu. Okokoyo seems to be lovely. But we shall ask the weatherman and see what he has in store for us today. And you can see that one impala is just scurrying on the Egyptian geese, and then just under that one acacia in the shade, we've got our spur-winged geese again. They have in fact come again to say hello, and it's not just one of them. But hopefully I won't see a lot of imaginary things again today. Hopefully we'll see some actual action. But, what's chasing you around? Seems like one of the Egyptian geese is actually chasing one of the spur-winged geese. Joni, good morning, and thank you for your comment. You are saying you wonder what amazing sightings we'll have today. Jeremy, my apologies. As am I, definitely. And like Jeremy, you're more than welcome to send through your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you might have today. Of course, we are live and we are interactive, and we would love to hear from you because we would love to know what you want to chat about, what you are looking forward to potentially. And for those of you that were with us yesterday, I did ask, what would you guys like to chat about today? Yesterday we did a little bit of a quiz mania again throughout Escape to Bird. Throughout Escape to Nature. And we did the scientific names of animals. So we cursed a lot. It sounded like a lot of curse words. But please do let me know what you would like to talk about today. And of course, it doesn't just have to be one topic or one quiz. And again, please do quiz me as well, as a naturalist, as a lawyer, I think, as anything in life, you will never know everything. But specifically for us, the position that we are in, you will never know anything or everything when it comes to nature and the animals and their behavior and everything. I'm just so thrilled to be seeing impala again at Mashatu. I never thought I'd be this happy about impala. I do love them in general, but I'm really amped about this. And you can hear the koalias in the background, hard at work again. I will try to put them on camera today. I did have a little bit of difficulty yesterday because they were constantly just out of reach for us. Ooh, there goes one of the geese. And there goes the koalias. They always seem to know when we are chatting about them, and they just sort of remind us, here we are. Ruth, good morning. Thank you for jumping on board with us. You are saying, beautiful reflection, it's like a living painting. Isn't it just? This is what I love about Mashatu. You know, I love all of the waterholes, of course, but specifically here in Mashatu, and especially, you know, as soon as the sun starts setting in the afternoon, it's got these insane colors. But of course, any waterhole, I think that's got to be my favorite thing, and why I find myself in such a fortunate position. They are very curious about that goose. Excuse me, sorry. But yes, definitely, I love a good silhouette or a good reflection on the water. It is always super stunning. Oh, there's the ram. I was wondering when he'll make his appearance. So it is in fact a full harem. However, I'm a tad bit confused because I haven't seen any babies, and I don't know if it's the angle we are looking from or what it is, but these females do not seem very big to me. Not too sure. Christine, good morning. You are asking what is the most common antelope. We are looking at them right now. A Christian. Or Christian in Afrikaans. You are asking what is the most common antelope. Now we are currently looking at them, or well, at least at the rear ends. It is definitely impala, I would say. Impala is probably one of the animals you will find on any and every reserve. Even, you know, on just farms that you go to, if they do happen to have some wildlife there as well, you are most likely going to see impala. And people unfortunately tend to overlook them because it is such a common antelope or animal on safari, but definitely the impala, I would say. Just going to have a look around, and I really do hope the elephants come say hi today here at Mashatu. We are definitely due for some elephants, even if it's just once. Elephants, if you are listening, you are not obligated, but we will really appreciate it. I'm just so happy that I did in fact get to show you the impalas, otherwise it might have seemed like a myth. It was a quick sighting, but luckily they came around for us, even if it was just briefly, and hopefully they come again today. And some zebras and wildebeest. As I say, you tend to overlook even the general game when you see them often. I remember my one former colleague, he used to come back some days and then he'll be like, I didn't even see impala, and he was not faced by impala at all. To him, as I said, was a very common animal to see. He didn't give them much thought or attention. But when you don't see a lot of animals on safari, you do tend to miss the ones you see every single day. And that is how I feel about elephants here in Mashatu. We definitely have been taking them for granted. But we shall see what the weather does today. That's also obviously going to play a role, as we see often in our various locations. So maybe it will clear up completely, maybe it will become completely overcast, and we might expect some rains. That is the fun about all of it. You don't know what's going to happen. Shelly B, hi there, and thank you for joining us. You would like to know. A quiz for me. What do you call a group of ladybugs? Oh my goodness. I have no idea. And again, this is like I spoke about yesterday, out of sight, out of mind. When you don't see something often enough, you don't think about it, and you don't think to inform yourself enough on it. What do you call a group of ladybugs? Shelly B, you got me on that one. Let me have a think about it, and then I will let you know while we look at these beautiful spur-winged geese. And see, we also have another impala there at the back. A group of ladybugs. A tea party? I don't know. I don't know. I just, think of a tea party when I think of a ladybug. So, or kindergarten of ladybugs. I'm not sure. I'm not sure in other countries, but I know in South Africa, ladybugs are often used in kindergartens for like the visual decorations and everything. I'm not sure, Shirley B. I will. Oh, apparently it is a loveliness of ladybugs. Huh. That is very interesting. Thank you so much, Shirley B. That is. You see, as I say, we need to challenge one another. There's a lot that you guys know that I don't. So it's always good to learn from each other. And just look at this little dabchick. Or the little grebe. Looks like a baby spur-winged goose. Oh, and that was a pearl-breasted swallow that just photobombed there. I was not liking that the little grebe got some attention and they did not get any mentions. Just bear with me. I want to see if I can find our quillias. They are always brilliant to see, specifically when they are flocking together, whether it's coming down for water or just chilling in a tree, whatever it is that they do. So you can see some of them are very close to the water, so we'll just see where those go. There they go. So they should all be in this acacia we see in the water, but they camouflage so ridiculously well. It's insane, you know. It's literally hundreds of thousands of birds, and if they are all just sitting still in a tree, it can be very easy to overlook them. But luckily they are very vocal, so there they go, off to the next one. We shall try again to find them. Oh, Shelly B, you've actually got me started on something now. So of course, you know, elephants are just referred to as a herd, but I would love to know from you guys, what do you think would be a good collective noun for elephants? Like a splash of elephants, or what would your collective noun be? If we had the authority to change it today, what would you change it to? Because herd is so boring. I mean, no offense to whoever made that executive decision, but I think elephants deserve a bit more glory when it comes to their collective nouns. Just bear with me, I know we're just looking at bush right now, but I just want to see where these birds are going to go off to. And apparently there's also a woodlands kingfisher here that lives here. I don't believe it, I have not yet seen it. So hopefully today, you know. Every day is a new day for change. Something to change, whether it's something new you see. Maybe today I will get lucky with this silly bird. Actually, just want to see what that bird is. Oh, it is the weaver. So you can see just to the left of your screen, there's a beautiful yellow bird. That is the southernmost weaver, and then there's another one that just took off. They are, of course, constructing the nests, trying to impress the females. I have to say I'm rather fond of that tactic, you know, showing the house before you make a commitment. Knowing how it's going to look when you do have children, what the future will hold. Very good tactic they have, the ladies. Terry, hi there, and thank you so much for your question. As always, I love it when you guys ask questions. You would like to know what birds have best eyesight. So all birds see impeccably well, but I would say definitely your raptors or your birds of prey. Vultures, they have ridiculously good eyesight. I mean, vultures can, you know, they fly in thermals high up in the sky. And from that height, they can actually spot a carcass or, you know, the remains of afterbirth or something like that. So definitely your birds of prey. If you think about, for instance, a fish eagle, it can see that fish moving, go down, get the fish, and then, of course, go enjoy its meal. But other birds of prey as well. They'll see squirrels, they'll see baby birds. That is why the lapwings are always so protective of their tiny ones. Because of course they are very vulnerable. But definitely your birds of prey. But for me specifically, if you know you are referring to just one, I would definitely say And again, this is just a personal opinion. I would say vultures have impeccable eyesight. I've seen them. You know, of course, the first one will spot, let's say there is in fact a lion still on a kill. They'll spot that, and then, of course, they'll land in a tree. And then the other ones sort of scavenge off those first vultures, because they'll see, we've got some friends in a tree, so let's go see what's happening there. But, you know, the initial sighting of whether it's a carcass or remains or the predator still actively on the kill, they have ridiculously good eyesight. Just want to have a look-see and see if our terrapins are around. Since the kulias are now hiding from us. And I really do miss our crocodile. Also something, you know, we saw for quite some time, and then if it's not a common sighting anymore, you do miss the animals. Hi, terrapin. We've got some answers with our collective nouns for terrapins. For elephants. Sorry, I was staring at these terrapins now. So, Laura Cam, good morning. You are saying you would call it a grumble of elephants. I like that one, a grumble of elephants. That's a good one, because of course, you know, they do rumble and sometimes they're grumpy, so I don't know if that's the direction you were going in, but a grumble of elephants, I like that. Then Nance or Nancy, you are saying a klompie of elephant. I assume you are Afrikaans, or you've got a similar dialect to Afrikaans, because in Afrikaans, you know, a lot of elephants or a group of elephants is what you would say klompie. There's a klompie mense, which means it's a lot of people. A klompie elephants it's quite a few elephants. Then Pooh, you are saying a trunk of elephants. Ooh, that's also a good one. You guys are very creative. I love these. A trunk of elephants. That is also a very, very good one. Just look at that little crake. He's just maneuvering around. And then Molly Mo, I think, if I said it correctly, you are saying it's a remembrance of elephants. Oh, I like that one as well. I do love all of these. I'm definitely, you know, going to see if I can talk to some people. If only I had that sort of context, you know, to sort of just nudge the people and say, hey, we need to change this. We've got some brilliant collective nouns for you. But thank you. I like all of your suggestions. A grumble, a klompie, a trunk, a remembrance. All of them are really, really good. Thank you. How about a pool party of elephants or splash of elephants or... I guess it really also depends on the, you know, the situation they find themselves in. Are they having a bath? Are they having a dust bath? Are they having... You see, I would call them a silhouette. Morgan and Dee are going for a trumpeting of elephants. Those are also really good. As I said, probably depends on, you know, how you relate to elephants and think of them when you do think of them, and of course the situation they find them in. For me personally, it would be a silhouette of elephants, purely because of my experience I had at my former lodge. You know, every afternoon we would see the elephants going back to the area that they were staying in at night, and it really or even a reflection, a silhouette or a reflection, but with the sunset and everything, it was just the most insane thing to see. So thank you for those, and please do keep them coming. Let me know what you want to chat about today. If you want to perhaps quiz me a bit, see what I know.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Hello, impalas. I'm not too sure if it is our same impalas that has now maneuvered around the waterhole. I was very much distracted by the ladybug question and our collective nouns for elephants. But I do know this is a different group. This is a bachelor group. The boys are making some noise. And there are some ladies amongst them as well. But you can see for the main part, all of them have, most of them have horns. Which of course is an indication that this is most probably bachelors that have not yet established harems. And you can clearly see the size and the age difference between most of them. Some of them have, okay, you are the cheeky one. Wolfsian. He's the head boy of this group. That lady is like, please leave me alone. You are not my type. I actually like Johnny, but Johnny doesn't see me. It's a pity we can't, I don't know who of you saw that. He was vocalizing now. It was a pity we couldn't hear it over the birdies. But often you can hear them, and if you are not familiar with, the sounds of Africa and the animals and, the different noises they make, it can be rather intimidating if you're on foot and you hear them vocalizing, because of course they do have their alarm calls, which is that pa, pa, that blow sound. But other than that, specifically when they are challenging each other or if a male is chasing females, it's got like this bleh. But anyway, let me not keep you with my weird and odd noises. I will keep monitoring the beautiful impalas here at Mashatu. And then in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Liam in Kariga to say good morning.
And a very sticky, humid morning to you all here from Kariga Game Reserve. My name's Liam Charlton and I'm sweating it out here. The sun has come out a little bit in between the clouds, folks, and it really has raised the humidity quite a bit. Eland, they agree, I'm sure, judging by how their tails are swishing so much, trying to keep them flies at bay. It's great to have you here in Kariga Game Reserve, folks, and it's good. It's good. Everything's out and about. The eland are moving around. Yesterday afternoon we had them taking a very slow few moments of standing up and getting active, because it was quite a warm day yesterday, not a cloud in the sky. But today the clouds seem to have come over with a touch of sunshine, which has resulted in a kind of slightly overcast but quite humid day here in the Eastern Cape Coast. Yes. So, sure, Roger. That's a great question. What is the smallest breed of antelope? Well, in southern Africa, it is probably the Sunni, which one would find up on the Zululand coast, up on the east coast of South Africa. The Sunni inhabits the sand forest environments of the eastern coastline, and it's quite a unique little antelope. And they're quite difficult to see. They're very elusive little creatures. So that would be the smallest in southern Africa. I'm sure there are smaller antelopes in the world. There are mouse deers, which are they are very peculiar antelope-like, or at least ungulate. They kind of
Speaking of antelopes, apologies, we'll try to get Liam back in just a bit. A mouse deer. I have not heard of a mouse deer. Ooh, is that a jackal? Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused. Oh, not confused, distracted. Just want to have a look, see. Yes, we've got a jackal. Sorry, I'll come back to our kudus now. It's just that we do not see jackals every single day. I think this is the one that we saw yesterday. It looks a bit scrawny. It's not in great shape, in my personal opinion. You can see the tail is very thin almost. At the tip of the tail it gets a little bit fluffier. But I might be wrong. I do not know this jackal's history. I do not know if it is in good condition or not, but it's always great to see them. It's one of my personal favorite animals. I love jackals, and especially the puppies. Yes, no, it's definitely not in great shape, I would say. And our Quillias photobombing away. You can see another impala here off to our left at the bottom, close to the water. As I say, impala definitely one of your more common antelope. Here at the Okakoya waterhole we see a lot of springboks, so definitely in this region that would be your more common species, I would say, as well as your oryx. But it really also depends on, the sort of biome and habitat you find yourself in. What is the geology there? What is the vegetation that you'll find there? Because even though these animals are vegetarian, they do feed off different food sources as well. Some are pure grazers, some are browsers. It really does depend. I just want to see, I think I see a bird. Just want to have a look, see. Yes. It is our curry-busted friend. If you look right, just off center. We've got a curry-busted at the water, which is awesome. We don't, again, not an endangered bird species, but always great to see them, as it is not a common sighting. It's not, for instance, like, the doves or the crows, or even, again, in other regions, even in Kruger National Park, it's not something you see every single day or every single safari. So they are really cool birds to see. I enjoy them. You can see, just like the other animals, the curry-busted also every now and again just has to take a quick listen, hear what's going on. These animals are really so finely tuned into everything that goes on around them. I mean, there's not really anything... I mean, I can be wrong. If you've seen a sighting of a curry-busted being predated on, please do let me know. And anything is possible, but curry-busted is not really something that would be predated on. Again, if a lion has an opportunity, perhaps it's possible, but the curry-busted is in fact able to fly. So it's not really an animal, that has to be afraid of anything. But out here, even something like lions, leopards, you have to be vigilant all the time, because you never know what's going to come your way or, be a potential threat for you. So all animals, specifically when they come to a water hole, they will always just listen first, take a look around first, and then have their sip of water or their sip of coffee in this case. And it can be any time of the day, whether it's night, day, morning, afternoon, midday. They will always be cautious and vigilant and super aware of what is going on around them. And it really is so, so interesting. I mean, when you listen to the lapwings now, the blacksmith lapwings, it's very fascinating when you think about it, because we find lapwings in Mashatu, we find them in Juma, we find them here. And of course, when they lay their eggs, it's generally on the ground. So it's very, I almost want to say it's very dangerous when you look at this specific water hole, because there's a lot of rocks and everything around, and there's not even really a lot of cover for them, even though to the human eye they camouflage brilliantly, the lapwings themselves, much less the youngsters. But it truly is so phenomenal if you think about it. You know, these animals just adapt wherever they find themselves. Ooh, hello little grebe. Always when the little grebes do that, I love that call. But when they do, you know, go underwater and pop up somewhere else, I always think, I don't know who of you remember that. I don't even know if it's still an actual game or something that you can find in arcades or wherever, but whack-a-mole. You know, when you sort of hit the mole or crocodile, every game is different, and then you have to hit them where they pop up. But I always think of the little grebes. They would be brilliant with that, because they do not generally, you know, resurface as to where they went down. And they are really, really fast. Very, very fast little birds. Harrod, good morning. You would like to know, what does a korribastard sound like? I don't know if you would like me to make the call or play you the call. But I'm not going to attempt playing or imitating their call. It's a little bit difficult. However, that being said, you know, if it is something you have not heard before, it's definitely a very, very odd sound. For me personally, it doesn't fit the bird at all. But this is what they sound like. This is for you, Harrod. So yes, that is what they sound like. As I said, I'm not even going to try and imitate that. Those of you that know me by now know I love talking to the animals and, you know, making their calls and their noises and everything, but I'm not going to... I can make my voice very deep if I need to, but I can't do that. But for me personally, I remember when I heard that the first time, I was horrified. I was not sure what I'm listening to. Is it a predator that is coughing or choking, or what is happening? But very fascinating calls they have, and very fascinating birds, you know, just in itself. I know right now it's just observing and drinking some water, but they are very, very interesting birds to observe when they are hunting. They love areas like this, but you'll often see them like in areas like Greater Kruger National Park, especially if there's been a burn. They love going to those areas and then sort of getting to those little creepy crawlies that are being excavated by the burn. But that being said, they also feed on snakes, lizards, smaller birds. I've seen one that fed on a squirrel. So it really does depend. And as I say, they are able to fly. It's actually your heaviest flying bird. Michelle, good morning. You've got a very interesting comment. You are saying, as blessed as we are to see these beautiful animals up close and personal, do I also feel that there can be a negative, impact to see these animals being so habituated to people? Because, of course, people can sometimes be, not that nice to animals. Yes, definitely. That is a very, very good comment or question you have there, because this is something I often chat about. It's brilliant how well animals adapt to us when you look at, us erecting building after building after building, whether it is in an area like this and it's a lodge, or in the city itself. I mean, the other day where I live, I had 3 different sightings, if you will, of birds constructing their nests, and they had like earbuds and tissues and pieces of paper and everything in their beaks as well that they were constructing with. And that to me was so horrific, because at the end of the day, the animals, there's not much that they can do. It's not like they are going to have a protest and start a war against humankind. And at the end of the day, we are not at all considering them in, I would say, in most of what we do every single day. And you are definitely asking a brilliant question, because animals do so quickly become so habituated to us. For me, it was always astonishing on safari, when you stop your vehicle next to that pride of lions, they do not flinch. They are so used to the noises, the sounds, the smells and everything. But if something were to just twitch in a bush or something, they would be up and alert and immediately know something is here or going on, or whatever the case is. And it's actually so sad if you think about it, because again, animals just adapt to us. They don't have much choice, I realize that, but what are we doing to adapt to them and to make it as easy as possible for them? So it's a very tricky thing, and it is a very fine line, because ultimately, what do? Humans are just reproducing like rabbits, and I say that with the greatest respect, but we are really, really, really overpopulating the planet. And animals, you've got a lot of people that say, no, but the animals are becoming too much, or the elephants, are overpopulating Kruger, or whatever the case is. Are they really? Because had it not been for humans, to fence a place up and to restrict those animals, they wouldn't be overpopulating, they would just be existing. But again, where do you draw the line now? Because we all do have to coexist. So it's a very fine line, but thank you for that comment, because you are very, very correct in saying that. I swear I just saw a jackal. I'm not sure where it went now. I think it's just behind that dead log. I'll just wait for it to move again. But yes, definitely. It's not good when animals do become that used to us, I remember when I first started in the industry, we actually, every single day, we had to make sure every single rhino and every single elephant on the reserve was found, because of course they are vulnerable and prone to poaching for their tusks and their horns. And it was actually sad, because they became so used to us, so they didn't flinch at all, if we came and we saw them and we left again. And at the end of the day, if a poacher just drives up to them, it puts them in such a horrible position, because then they are not going to run away. They are now used to humans. And it is the same when again, this is a sensitive topic, but I think it is something that needs to be addressed. You do have a lot of places, and not just Southern Africa, a lot of places in the world, circuses and all of those that take full advantage of animals and exploit them for money. But unfortunately, there are places in Southern Africa that you can go and you can pet a baby lion and you can pet a baby leopard and you can do this and do that. What they don't tell you is that that baby lion from birth was taken away from its mother. So that female is not being suckled from or nursing the youngster. So she stops lactating. She goes into estrus again and she reproduces again. She becomes a breeding machine basically. That tiny baby lion that you are now giving milk or feeding or petting or taking a selfie with, whatever the case is, that lion does not stay a baby. So eventually they become big. What happens? That lion has known humans all its life, so it's now not going to be afraid of humans or anything. So a lot of the times, and this is not all the places, I know there are places that are doing it very ethically and the right way, and there are other methods that they use, but there are, unfortunately, again, you know, people are people, humans are humans, and we do exploit animals for our own greed. And what happens? In 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, they phone or they, you know, recruit hunters, and they just have someone come hunt that lion for a lot of money. And that lion is not running away. First of all, it can't run away because it's in a fenced area. Second of all, it's known humans all its life, so why should it run away from a human now? The human has fed me milk since I was a tiny baby. It has fed me meat all my life, so why am I going to be afraid of them now? And that is also what we call canned lion hunting. But again, that just breaks down to... Oh, and it's such a difficult thing to... I rack my brain about this every single day of my life. What can we do to find a balance? Because, you know, there is a fine line. What can we do to help animals, but also not interfere with them, but also, you know, give them their space, but also us have our space to exist? It's a very, very difficult thing, Michelle. So sorry for for rambling on about that, but it's yes. Believe you me, it's something I think about every single day. It is so sad how used to humans animals have become. Because it's good, you know, it does put us in a very privileged position that we get to observe them in their natural habitat, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, if they are habituated to us, you know, who are just the innocent or the good guys that just want to observe them for what and who they are not going to know the difference between us and a poacher or a hunter or whatever the case is. So I just wanted to check if my jackal was here, but I think it took off again. But like Michelle, please do keep your questions and comments coming. I love hearing from all of you. It's always good, you know, to chat a bit and just to interact with one another. And we are all human. We all have different views and opinions on literally everything in life. Is that my jackal? Haha, there you are. But if you have any questions or comments or suggestions or anything you would like to chat about, even if you think I'm not going to like it, you know, your opinion, please do send those through, because it is so crucial to talk about this specifically, because at the end of the day, Mother Nature is the most important thing for us. Not money, not your inheritance, not what people are going to put on your tombstone or whatever the case is. At the end of the day, you know, if we don't take care of Mother Nature, we will soon perish as well. And that is something we don't realize enough and think about enough and address enough.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
The springbok is just like, are you going to come to the water, or what are you doing? Of course, they don't have to be terrified. They realize it's a carnivore of some sort, or it can be carnivorous, but not completely running away from it, because it's tiny. First of all, it's not in a group, because jackals can hunt, believe it or not, if they are even 2 jackals. They can definitely kill a baby impala or something like that. They can catch birds. You'll often see that in the Kalahari, where the jackals go for the quillias or the lapwings or the doves. Definitely, if you have not seen it yet, please do yourself a favor and go check out some of the sightings in the Kalahari. It's really super fascinating, specifically with the jackals. They will often, people get brilliant photographs of them catching doves mid-air or whatever the case is. But he can also feed all vegetation, but preferred meal is definitely meat. So whether he's scavenging from another predator or hunting for himself. But as I say, this jackal unfortunately is not in great shape. But it's still alive, it's still alright, so it must be fine. And they do belong to the dog family, so they are unfortunately very prone or vulnerable to rabies. They do get that quite often. I know in the olden days, it's not so much a problem anymore. I speak under correction, but in the olden days, here in South Africa, if a farmer saw a jackal during the daytime, they shot it. Because then they believed, it's got rabies or it's not supposed to be out. But they are active both during the day and night. Generally, it is easier during the night time, because that is when the other predators are also active. But you can definitely see his tail is it's a very thin shine. And this is the black-back jackal, the more common one that we'll see. He seems very indecisive or lost. Sandy, good morning. Thank you all so much for your questions and comments. I really do appreciate it. You are saying, can the jackal smell its prey? Definitely, but they are also not stupid when it comes to, sizing up what they can in fact do. So they know they can get to like a dove or something like that, something small. But a lone jackal like this, even if there was a lion on a kill or something, it would wait for the lion first to leave, because like that by itself, it is very vulnerable to anything. So generally you'll see them in pairs. They can of course be solitary, and you can actually see couples that gang up together, to hunt a baby wildebeest, or when they get to a carcass where there's still predators present. But definitely you can smell. They are in fact scavengers. And they can actually smell, if a lion has found or has made a kill or something like that. And often they will indicate to each other as well. Even if it's not their partner, they will, vocalize to just sort of... I think it's very clever actually, because let's say you've got a pride of lion on a kill. And you are now just 2 jackals. Wouldn't it be cleverer, goodness Lisa, let's use English. It would definitely be smarter to let other jackals know as well, because you can see that's a big kill. So you will definitely get a piece of meat when the lions go for a drink or they sleep or whatever. But if you are now 8 jackals instead of just 2 jackals, it's going to make it easier, because you now have a better chance of escaping if the lion does come for you, for instance. And yes, as I say, it's a good distraction method as well. I've often seen that on on kills that the different animals have, and the vultures and the jackals and everything come around. So even the oryx, they know what that jackal is, they know what it can do, but they are not at all intimidated because it's just one jackal, it's a small animal. It's not going to be a threat to them at all. Seems like we've got a zebra approaching. Yes, a few zebras. Where are your babies, animals? Cannot just come here for free. And it's so sad actually when you think about it, because that unfortunately is the mindset we have. I remember when I was still guiding, I actually got my first official complaint from guests, and management called me in and they said, listen, we don't know if this is a joke or not, but we literally got a complaint from you or about you. And so my guest had complained that yes, we saw a lot of animals, and yes, that was nice and everything, but every time we saw lions, Lisa did nothing to wake them up. They were sleeping every time. It was a boring sighting, and that's the only photographs they got of lions. And we literally sit there, like my managers and I contemplated. We were like, is this a joke, or are they being... And these people were dead serious. They expected me to wake up lions, because that is the only time we saw lions, they were sleeping. And often, I get that if you've traveled, to another continent and it's your very first safari, people tend to look at all of these documentaries and wildlife shows and everything and think that that is always what you're going to see. You're going to see lions hunting, you're going to see an elephant giving birth, you're going to see leopards mating, you're going to see a hyena smack another hyena, or whatever the case is. Those photographers and videographers and those people that do that research sit there sometimes for 3, 4, 5, 10 months just to get that one perfect shot. And I'm sure many of you know this as well, if you've been on safari or if you're a wildlife enthusiast or photographer. It doesn't just happen. Sometimes you do get lucky, yes. I've had safaris like that where you have a jam-packed safari. I know the one time I had a safari where I saw wild dogs, pangolin, a secretary bird, and something else that was very special. A baby rhino. It was only like a couple of weeks old. So sometimes you do have days like that. But at the end of the day, that is why I always say to, not to just you guys, but to myself, we have to appreciate absolutely everything that we see out here. Because, it's not a restaurant where you go and you have a list and you say, or you have a menu and you say, okay, I want to see this, I want to try this, I want to try this. That is not at all the case. We just have to absolutely enjoy everything that we see. And even the naturalist, even someone like Tristan, he's been with Wild Earth for I think 6-7 years. And he's seen some brilliant sightings. But I'm sure all of you have seen, sometimes you just have a day where you see nothing, not even an impala. So it really is so special. For me, like seeing the jackal today, the Kori bustard, that is so special. That has already made my day. We have to see nothing else for the rest of the day. Hopefully we do, but it always is such a privilege seeing whatever we see out here. And it's just so cool sometimes, just especially on a day like this. I love when the sky is this color because, of course, it reflects on the water itself, and then it's just an absolute picture perfect painting. And hopefully this afternoon I can show you on Sunset Safari as well. But Okukoyo has, I'm probably going to offend some of the other naturalists, but I think Okukoyo is the best sunset. It just always has, these incredible colors, and sometimes there's a little bit of cloud cover. That truly is the magnificent thing about summertime. It's just every single sunset is different. Also not sure where our Cory Bustard went. I've been trying to look for it again, but as you all saw, they camouflage very, very well. Something like a jackal or Cory Bustard. The colors are very similar, and it's not a massive animal, so the camouflage really does assist them in this sort of habitat that they find themselves in. I want to see if I can show you how big this one zebra really is. It's fairly obvious, but specifically the zebras, when I look at them, I think, how can you still even move around? I would not want to be doing anything if I was this big and uncomfortable. And if you listen to all of the different bird calls going on right now and all of the different noises, again, you know, there's people at camp that these animals can also hear. They don't flinch for that. It doesn't bother them at all. But if one of these birds make an alarm call now or do something out of the ordinary, or that zebra at the back gives an alarm call, all of them will immediately react. So it just shows you how incredible they are. I don't even want to say intelligent, because animals' intelligence are, you know, beyond our understanding, and I think will forevermore be. But just so incredible how they do not react to, you know, the general noises and sounds that we are also used to by now. But as soon as there is an alarm call or anything out of sorts, they will immediately stop what they're doing, listen, and then, you know, also start alarm calling or whatever the situation may be or may require from them. Ah, just look at that. She's so big. Oh, shame, lady. Sacrifices, sacrifices. Just want to see who's taking a dip. Most probably an oryx or a springbok. Yes, I thought so. The springboks and the oryx love getting into the water. Helps them cool down even faster and helps them to stay cool. The zebras will too, but from what I've seen here at Ukokoyo, they tend to only start doing that, you know, midday when it's really, really hot into the afternoon. But again, you know, these animals do whatever they want. However hot it gets or whatever the situation is around them, they will just go off of that. But I really do hope we see some elephants today at Ukokoyo. That will really, really, really make my day. Wayne, you would like to know what antelopes struggle to coexist with other antelopes. There's not really anything, to be honest with you. If you don't eat something else potentially, then you are fine with it, for the most part. All of these animals, you know, the springbok, the zebras, the wildebeest, the oryx, all of them get along because they know they won't eat each other. And even when you look at food, you know, there's no direct competition for food, because some of them are mixed grazers or mixed feeders, some of them are selective grazers, some of them are bulk grazers, some are browsers. The jackal, for instance, is a scavenger, so he might potentially, you know, be a threat, but again, he's alone, he's small, so they are not at all worried about him. But in terms of antelope, for the most part, from what I know, all of them get along. They are no threat to one another, so there's no problem that they have with each other. Now, I just want to see if I can see what that bird is that's coming in for landing. Might be a little bit tricky. Bird, work with me. It's a little bit tricky. I thought it was going to land on the tree, but alas, it did not. That is fine. Not at all a problem. Good stuff. Well, I will keep monitoring our beautiful animals and our beautiful water holes. And in the meantime, I'm going to try send you back to Liam, who's apparently got a beautiful tower of something moving.
Well, Lisa, I'm having as a good a time as you with this lovely journey of giraffe, or tower, as it's also known. They are slowly making their way down for a wee drink of water. What a beautiful sight. These Inyala have also made their way down to have a little bit of a drink. It's a little group of bachelors, male Inyala, just here in the foreground. And they are also equally, I find them equally as beautiful antelope, Inyalas. Oh, it's a lovely big group of giraffe that have made their way down here. Oh, this one's getting nice and low for its sip of water. Always lovely to see a herd of giraffe coming down to drink. It's such a peculiar body position to be in for such a long, lanky creature like that. Right, it takes a considerable strain on a giraffe. What a peculiar, or obscure position to find a giraffe in. Got to really get low and get into these strange positions with the legs. And it, as I said, it does take strain on a giraffe. It's actually kind of exercise. It's stretching its tendons and muscles into a position that is not usual. So I say stretch, tendons and ligaments. I don't know if anybody knows, but a giraffe, when it sits down, when it's relaxing, unlike us, it doesn't need to actually hold its own head or neck up. And you can actually see it. I always laugh when you watch a good old 5-day cricket test match and you've got that really committed fan who will sit there for the full 5 days, come rain or sunshine. And by the 5th day, you can see sitting there in the crowd, and slowly, but it's getting a bit tiresome, and you can see he's nodding off, and the cameraman normally swings to him. And you can see they're definitely a couple of days in, and he's getting a little bit tired. So when we get tired, our neck muscles begin to relax, and they can't hold our heads up as well. But with a giraffe, entirely different bit of physiology there. They have a very useful tendon that runs down the neck. And so when a giraffe sits and relaxes, they'll sit down, and sometimes they do, that neck, they do not have to strain themselves to hold it up. The tendon does all the work for them. It's kind of like how you would use a string on a tent to anchor it. It works exactly in the same principle. The giraffes don't need to use energy to hold their neck up. So when a giraffe is going down to drink like this, in fact, when you see it bending its neck like that, It is physically, it's stretching that tendon, it's pulling that neck down. So you see it kind of almost releases when it comes back up after drinking. It's stretching and stretching, trying to get right down to the toes.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
You can imagine it's kind of like, I don't know if anybody ever had big brothers or sisters as a kid, and you were ever held by your feet and swung around in the garden, and you stood up and you could really feel that head rush. It's exactly the same feeling that a giraffe feels after it's gone down to drink. It's getting a little bit of a head rush, all that blood flowing into its head. Could take a moment just to let it all get into its usual places there. Yeah, Amber. So, are giraffes double jointed? I wouldn't say no. They don't. They're not dislocating any parts of their bones when they do go down. It just so happens to be, it looks like a peculiar position that its legs in. So it's a normal folding of its legs and a normal bending of the neck. So it's not putting itself out of the usual folding of its or usual movement of its body, Amber. So there's nothing dislocating as it does that. So no, giraffes I wouldn't say are double jointed. They do have a couple of joints, more than two, but they do not dislocate them in any unusual way. Certainly would look like it if you had a look at a giraffe and see how it bends its leg. So when you look at a giraffe and how it bends its legs, you would kind of liken it to almost, it could look like you would liken it to an African harrier-hawk. Some of you might know that as a gymnogene, and they are somewhat double jointed. They can kind of bend their legs out of their usual position, and for a gymnogene or an African harrier hawk, that's very useful for it to reach into crevices and birds' nests where it will try and fish out young birds or even lizards sometimes. So that's a useful trait for a harrier hawk when trying to look for its prey, but not necessarily for a giraffe. So just wondering here. I can hear our resident Cape Longclaws in the area. And let's just see if they give us another little chirp to show us where they are. I'd really love to be able to show you. I know this is a really lovely visual though of the giraffe, so I'm a little bit torn here, folks. I'd love to show you this Longclaw, because we've had this pair of Longclaws the last few days, and they've started incubating some eggs, which is quite an exciting succession in the story of our Longclaws. But I will stick with these giraffes for now. Just have a look at what the others are doing here at the waterhole. There's a couple other giraffes. Looks like these ones, the one on the right seems to be chewing on something. It's not unusual to find a lot of ruminants starting to chew the cud at this time of day. Speaking about it just yesterday, how they start to relax in the heat of the day, and relaxing goes hand in hand with chewing of the cud. They've gone out and foraged in the morning and browsed on a variety of plants and trees out in the Albany thickets, and now begins the next process of the ruminant's digestion. These two seem to be almost squaring each other off a little bit, just the way they're standing shoulder to shoulder. Now, no playtime for now. Serious business, this drinking stuff. Well, Tina, that's a great one. Well, the way I would answer that is, I would consider where does the giraffe occur? In what kind of ecosystem does it reside? Is it a a relatively lush environment like here in the Eastern Cape, where there's a vast amount of food in a very small area? Or would it be somewhere like the Namib up in northern Namibia? So to answer that, I would think of a place like the Namib as a place where a giraffe would walk great distances. Now, as much as I don't have the figures offhand, I wouldn't be surprised if a giraffe easily within a few days could travel, sure, well over 50 kilometers. It wouldn't surprise me, especially in an arid environment where there's limited amounts of browse available on a small area. So traveling a greater distance in the Namib or the near deserts of northern Namibia, that would make a lot more sense. But I don't think the giraffes here in Kariega would travel as far. I wouldn't imagine a few kilometers in a day. Hardly, hey? So I don't know if that helps answer that question. Yeah, life is good. Life is easy when you're living in a lush environment like the Albany thickets of Kariega. It's so beautiful, those patches on the giraffe. Trying to see if we can get in a little bit closer, frame it better. Yeah, of course we've got a number of subspecies across the African continent with giraffe, and in southern Africa we've got two. The savanna giraffe, which we get in most of the eastern regions of the country, or the sub-region, sorry. And then we have what is referred to the desert giraffe up in Namibia. And that is yet another subspecies. There's, stand to be corrected, about 7 or so different subspecies of giraffe. Many scientists are actually trying to create species out of those subspecies. And that really does help their conservation. You see, if you had to lump all the giraffes as one, it makes the species numbers pretty good, and so it negates less of a critical status. But if you get to speciate or classify the different giraffe subspecies as species, it awards them a lot more of a critical state, or more important status when coming to classify them for conservation purposes. So it's always interesting to see how that factors into the preservation of those different subspecies you will find up in East Africa, in other parts of Africa, East Africa included. And so, yeah, they've got those different subspecies have got these lovely different patches. Some of them are a lot more densely packed, some of them paler, some of them more richly colored. And then, yeah, they just have certain geographical localities where they're isolated and are able to form these beautiful different forms of patches on their coats. Now, it certainly seems as though these two individuals are enjoying a bit of the cud. When you get really up close and personal with with a giraffe, and to watch them ruminate or chew on the cud, it is quite an amusing behavior to watch, because you'll see there what we refer to as the bolus, that kind of partially digested plant material. You'll see it go up the neck, whoop, and land in the mouth, and then it continues to chew, and then once it's finished chewing, it goes back down the throat, and you see it traveling all the way back down again, just like you can see now with that one on the right. It's gone down and then back up. Really, really interesting behavior. So whilst I continue watching these giraffes chewing on their cud, let's go and have a look and see what's happening with Lisa in Okukoyu.
Thank you, Liam. Always brilliant spending some time with giraffes. They are, of course, very, very fascinating animals. We are still just checking out the Okukoya waterhole, waiting to see what is going to happen, who will pitch up and who else will come to visit us. But I do have to mention, we do have a lovely surprise today on Escape to Nature. So please do stay tuned to see who's going to be joining the show in a little bit. I'm not going to tell you, it's going to be a surprise. But yes, do stay tuned for all of that as our zebras come down to the water. I want to see if they have a baby. Come on, zebras. Where's your baby? They're taking their time. They jolly time, but that's fine. They're obviously in no rush. They don't have any appointments for the day. It's already holiday. Ah, I don't know who of you saw that. There's one springbok off to the left, like literally was probably a good 2 meters in the air now. That was really funny. It just caught my eye. It's probably not going to do it now. I don't know which one it was. Billy, Bobby, I don't know. I don't know who of you have seen the film Kumba, but they've actually got a lot of humor in there with regards to, you know, the South African rugby team and everything. If you have not seen it, it is hilarious. But for those of you that do not know, our national rugby team is also the Springboks, and there is a scene in there where there is just so many similarities, you know, with regards to how we talk in South Africa, specifically the rugby teams, you know, how they go about scrumming and all of that. I always immediately think of that film when I see the Springboks here in Okukoyo. Oh, and I think I would probably also be a springbok or an oryx out here in Ukukoyo, because they always get into the water. They don't just drink water, they literally get full on in, much like elephants, you know, when they splash themselves with the mud, or they too get into the actual water hole. I definitely do not blame them. I think it can get pretty humid out here, specifically with the rocks, you know, the heat coming down on the rocks and then that literally baking. I think it's pretty much like an oven. But again, the animals make it work. They adapt, they do what they must. Alright, keep your eyes peeled for any baby stripes. I don't see any yet. Oh, hello heron. Finally decided to wake up, did you? And you know, this heron's always around, but I never see it eating something. Probably does it when we are not live or when I'm not focused on it. What an absolutely breathtaking African scene we have here in Ukukoyo. Let's just take a moment just to take it all in and just appreciate these animals for what they are and for what they do. And for the difference they make to us and for us without even trying or realizing. As expected. The oryx getting into the water. It's not enough just, you know, standing on the edge. Just like the zebras now, generally, as I said, you know, generally when it starts heating up, a lot of the animals will, even if it's just still on the edge, you know, they'll just stand there just to cool off the whole body as well. I'm actually very interested to know what the temperature of this water would be. It would be rather fascinating to go feel that. I'm just gonna keep admiring this, just take it all in, just have my therapy moment with these beauties. But while I do that, I'm gonna send you to the lovely Lauren, who's ready to say good morning.
And welcome. We had a picture perfect start for you there, but sadly our giraffe moved off, so we are now looking at baboons. Now, Madikwe is just not letting up. The rain is just not stopped all night and this morning. So luckily it's dry now, but what it means is the roads are soaking. So we're very limited to where we can go, but we shall do our very best. Good morning, my name is Lauren and Davi is on camera. We're probably going to work the airstrip because it's tarmac and the animals love it here. So we won't be going off-road or going on any side roads to any big sightings. But of course we still can immerse you guys in nature. The birds are chirping away. I think they're also overjoyed that the rain has finally stopped. It's really just been relentless. And of course water is necessary, absolutely. But it makes it very, very difficult to go out and drive and be around. But I do love coming out after the rains because all the animals seem to, I don't know, maybe it's just me and maybe I am anthropomorphizing a little bit, but I do feel there's a certain level of joy after the rains, and you can really see it in most of the animals out here. Even the insects, they can finally fly, the sun is shining, they can get a little bit of energy, they can do their thing. Baboons are happy, they can climb, they can dance around. The birds, they can chirp, they can fly, they can shake off all that water. And the antelope, wow, they can start grazing and browsing. I feel there's an element of happiness once the rains stop.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
A wildebeest calf was reported on the airstrip this morning. We've already seen one. We spent some time with it the other day, but I would really, really love to put one on camera. I just can't see any wildebeest. And we can't really go on many other roads, so we can maybe just hope that they are in the thicket and they'll pop out again and we get to see the little calf. That would be so lovely. The giraffe and the baboon are almost the same height. James, I honestly don't know. We get asked that a lot, and I'm never really sure how really to answer those questions. From my experience, baboons don't really tend to go that far. You see the same troops sort of time and time again in the same areas. They know where... Oh, look at all the birds. They know where the best spots are for food throughout different seasons, where all the sort of delicious fruits are growing. They know where is safe. They know where their threats are in that area. I don't really think they do travel that far, most troops. They obviously don't want to encounter other troops either. But I think, in answer to your question, they can travel far. They're very mobile animals. They move very, very fast. But from what I've seen, we see the same troop day in and day out at Jackie's. And in Amakala, we used to see the same troop. We could identify some individuals in that troop. And they really didn't move that far. Even in Djuma, they don't tend to go that far. But in answer to your question of how far they can travel in a day, I'm not sure. Really not sure. I'm just scanning around. I'm looking for any potential wildebeest. The calf that we saw the other day was honestly just about a day old. It was still so wobbly, a bit wet, a bit sticky. They're obviously quite big when they're born, but you can see that they're just not quite balanced on their feet. You can really tell a newborn compared to a 5-day-old born. Lots of pregnant giraffes around as well right now. But I did see a huge herd of zebra when we arrived, a really big herd. So I think let's just turn the corner and see if they are still there. On the wonderful eastern airstrip of Madikwe. I'm not going to go far onto this road, but we may as well take a look, see what's around the corner. But any questions, do send them in. We can start some discussions. Obviously, Team Madikwe are late to the party today due to load shedding, but late is better than never. Okay, I'm just going to pull up here. Oh, sorry, Davy just handed me something, but I think there was a moth on it. I think he's flown away, Davy. Insects have been landing on Davy very regularly, and he seems to be really enjoying it. Anyway, here are the zebras that I was looking at. Yolanda, why do you think? I'm not entirely sure that I need to answer this, but look at the ground, look at the soil, look at the rufous color of the mud. It's been raining. Zebras love to roll on the ground to itch all those scratchies and scratch all those itchies. So they're just stained from that rufous red color of the sort of sandy soil, which is a sign of high iron levels in the area. The elephants will also be stained red, so will the warthogs. Sometimes the wildebeest too. So they're not actually brown. If you look at the one on the right and the one on the left, they're pretty much just black and white. The one in the middle has obviously been doing so many roly-polies, Yolanda. There's just, the rain will also wash that off. Just the soil is very, very rufous red in color. Look at that youngster, not quite a newborn, but definitely a young one. You often find the young foals need to rest a lot more than the older ones do. And you'll just find them at some point during the day just giving up, just lying down on their side and going for a big snooze. Vincent, interesting question. And I went quite deep into animal intelligence yesterday, so I won't go repeating myself. But I believe all animals are good teachers. In some way, shape, or form. All species pretty much across the globe. Maybe not all, maybe there are some microorganisms and some deep sea creatures that possibly don't live a life where they encounter another, but all mammals at least, possibly birds, fish, all learn from one another in some way, shape, or form. Mammals in particular are always learning by observing. So there was once upon a time, if you like, when it was thought that the only species on the planet that could teach were humans. And again, that is foolish to think like that. How can you honestly say that humans are the only ones that can teach? Because we have teachers and we go to school. It's just a very inaccurate way of thinking about the animal kingdom. And I personally believe that they all teach, directly or indirectly. As a young, you've got to learn somehow about the animal kingdom around you. And most mammals, well, actually, I think all mammals watch. They learn by observing. What mum does, they do. What mum reacts to, they do. It does get a little bit trickier when you think of other types of organisms. Of course, those that possibly are in with mum. I mean, a crocodile is known to carry the eggs in her mouth and sort of put them in a safe place for them getting ready to hatch. But she doesn't actually play a direct maternal role. So therefore, it would be difficult to say that she teaches them or they learn from her. But that doesn't mean they don't learn from others. I believe that all animals have the ability to teach in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, the usual suspects like elephants and sort of dolphins will get recognized for it the most. But again, I think that would be foolish to think that they are the only ones that can teach their young. But that's just my opinion. You obviously may disagree, but I do think any animal has the ability to teach in some way, shape, or form. Culture, as I mentioned yesterday, is a marker of intelligence, and it's a huge aspect in different species. Living beings have got to learn from the environment around them. And I think all organisms do. But good question, Vincent. It definitely gets you thinking, doesn't it? Anyway, we're going to hang around the airstrip, see what else we can find. But you guys are going to head over to Lisa, who's now in Djuma.
Thank you, Lauren. We have impalas. I'm very, very excited about these impalas. Not really, though. We finally have some elephants. It's just 2 young bulls. But I am happy. Day made, we are going home. Escape to nature is done. No, they just surprised us. I was observing the Djuma Dam cam. And I saw the impala getting a little bit, because all of the impala were here at the water. And saw them getting a little bit nervous. And then this one bull just came rushing through the bushes. So we finally have our elephants. Oh man, how amazing is this? I am so happy. For me personally, I haven't seen elephants in quite some time here in Djuma. I honestly had my bets on Mashato or Ukukoyo for spoiling us today with elephants. And then, surprise, surprise, as I say, you never know what's going to happen. There we go. Do it properly. That way you don't have to use your trunk to do all of the work. Oh, man. How incredible is this? Alrighty, well, I'm so glad I got to show you the elephants here in Djuma. I will continue watching them, and I'm going to send you back to Lauren in the meantime.
Just moments after you left us, the whole troop came out. So they've obviously climbed down from that tree, made their way through the thicket, and they're chilling on the airstrip. See, the airstrip is just literally where all the animals want to be. Oh, I think we have a flight coming in. Yeah, we have a flight landing. AFC, which is maybe not going to be very ideal and probably very noisy. There you go, you may as well see it. I think maybe for now, and then possibly we can come back and the baboons might still be there. You never know. They just love, I think they love the tarmac. It's dry, it's smooth. Okay, didn't see that one coming. We are going to send you guys back over to Lisa.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it baboons? Sheesh, you've got a lot going on, Lauren. In the meantime, I've had another elephant bull join the pool party. Hopefully 2 comes in. You can see it's a bigger bull than the other 2. You know, when you look at the actual size, the ears, as well as the tusks, of course. Very good indicators of elephants. But that being said, not always. In my younger days, I worked with an elephant that was massive. He was a mere 12 years old, and he was really, considering, you know, the age of him and the size you would generally find of an elephant that age, he was really, really big. But with these 2, you can definitely see there's a clear difference between these 2 in the water. It looks like 2 naughty kids, you know, that are, Uncle Bob is watching. Don't do it now. You know, that awkward uncle comes out to the garden when they are being up to no good, and then they just pretend like nothing is happening. But that elephant's got stunning tusks. All of them do. But that one specifically at the back, it's got such a nice profile. Just look at these two, you know. Now they're like, no, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening here. Nothing going on. Just a bit of splashing. You see, now as soon as he leaves, they're probably going to continue with their with their things and their stories. Alrighty. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a special surprise for you, and apparently the special surprise has also found a special surprise. So I'm going to send you over to the special surprise with a special surprise. It's me. No, I'm kidding. We will we will link you over in just a bit. I'm sure we will get you there as soon as we can. It is not me, sadly. I know I'm a delight and a treat, but I'm sure you will you will enjoy this one a bit more. Okay, we're going to try again to send you to the special surprise with a special surprise for you.
A lovely surprise in the form of a Talamati lioness that's very hot, very bothered, just trying to stay as cool as possible. She's right on the boundary of Buffelshoek and Djuma, and I don't know where the rest are. Sorry, Michael. I don't know where the rest are. They're, I'm sure, are here somewhere. Cedric had tracks for the entire pride, so pretty sure the rest are there. Anyway, my name is Tristan. On camera, I've got Igor. Hello, Igor.
Hello, Tristan.
What is that?
A high five.
A high five like this. There we go. We'll do a proper high five. And we're looking forward to being out with all of you for Escape to Nature. Obviously, it's a little bit foreign for us in terms of what we get up to. We normally do the morning and the afternoon drives, so nice to kind of be out at this time. But we're far more prepared than the other day, Igor and I. We've got far more water, we've got sun cream, and we even put a roof on so that we don't get burnt by the sun. And that allows us then to spend some time with these animals outside of the normal drive hours and not to get burnt by the sun. It seems like it's just her. I don't see any tracks for the rest of them or any sign for the rest of them, and given that she's moving, normally others would pop their heads up, and I'm trying to look under all the shady bushes to see if I can see any other lionesses or cubs. Maybe they're already inside Buffelshoek and it's just her that's sitting here with us. Could be very, very possible. Sometimes the pride moves and one of them is just a little bit too hot and bothered and decides not to go too far. You can see she kind of looks over at us every now and then. It's quite common for lions to be a little bit aware. We probably have parked closer than we normally would have, but just because we tried to get a bit of shade. As much as we have a roof, there's still a serious amount of sun that leaks through trees, and even the roof itself, it comes at oblique angles and hits us, and so we're trying to share the shade with the lioness. So I think what we'll do is just probably hang out with her for a while. We actually didn't find these lions this morning. Cedric was tracking them and he said that he thought they'd cross north, but I suspect maybe what they did is they might have gone to Tambuti Dam, drank, and then come back this side and now just resting on the fire break close to the boundary. Shame they must be so hot when it's like this and covered in fur. That's how you say what a lovely surprise. And it is a nice surprise, isn't it, having the lions on Buffelshoek. I didn't expect for us to have them. Obviously, when Cedric looked for them this morning, generally when it gets hot like this, if we haven't found them, then, you know, it's obviously difficult because they go flat and the tracks are not easy to see. So we kind of struggle when it gets a little bit hotter, but somebody informed me, sent me a message saying that they had seen lions on the boundary, and so we were looking around and eventually managed to find this lioness. Like I said, sure the rest of the pride is here as well. I doubt it's going to be too much of a split, given that the tracks that Cedric had came in this direction. So the rest will be lying about somewhere in the shade. Oh, there they are. They're coming towards us now. See them coming from there. It just goes to show how well they camouflage. They obviously just been lying up in these shady little spots. And there's one of the other lionesses. I'm sure the cubs are around too. I wouldn't be surprised they come and spend time here too. This is a nice shady spot. There's a big marula tree, and so the perfect place for them to come and try and not cool down. Or try and cool down, shall I say, and not get overheated. There she comes. Come on, girl. Come join your family member. Looked like they might have eaten something last night small. I didn't see them yesterday. Cedric spent morning and afternoon with them. But maybe they have. Sorry, Dee, if you can just repeat that. I just got Errol and Lion Prides. There's a little bit of wind blowing this morning. Do Lion Prides split up often? So Errol, shame she just made herself a little bed there. So often is a difficult term, but it does happen. Let's maybe start there. Lion Prides are obviously going to split at times because of numbers mostly. So if you've got a situation where you've got a lot of animals in the same pride and there's not a lot of food, then they need to split in order to try and basically survive. If there's too little food around, you're going to get into the situation where cubs and females are going to go hungry. So that causes splits. The other thing that causes splits in lions is when you get takeovers of males, and so sometimes some males are going to father some cubs, and then new males come in, and those females with the older cubs that are now under pressure from these new males will split off of the main pride, and that pride then goes with the new male and will start to mate with him. So that also causes splits. So yeah, it does happen fairly common, and if we look in the Sabi Sands, we've got the Nkuhuma pride that is split, the Talamati pride is split. Originally, the tortured Nkuhuma and Talamatis were a pride, and they split into those three. The Salala pride, they split into Salala breakaways, which then became eventually the Mangen pride, and that split then into the Kambula pride and Mangen pride. So there's been historically many different prides that start to split off, and it's normally either food related or male related as they go through life. So it's quite a lot that happens out here when it comes to lion dynamics, and it's not always easy to follow. Lions are a little trickier to identify than, let's say, a leopard. Leopards often have those spot patterns, and it's much quicker to ID a leopard than it is lions. Lions sometimes takes a little bit of time, especially if you've got similar compositions and you've got individuals that look very similar. That can make life a little bit tricky. I can definitely see at least one more with its paw up, and I think I can see a second one. So I'm sure it's the 3 females and the 5 cubs that Cedric had yesterday, which would make it the normal Talamatis. But no sign of S8 yesterday, and this morning we didn't pick up his tracks or hear him. I would have thought if he was here he would have made quite a bit of noise, but maybe he's busy with something to the north. You never know. Shame, they look hot, don't they? Everybody's panting and just taking it very easy.
The elusive Tingana, Duke of Djuma, has not been spotted in many months. And so it is with heavy hearts that we must assume and accept that he is no longer with us. In honor of Tingana, we are hosting a fireside chat. Sign up to be an explorer and join Tess and Tristan on the 10th of December to commemorate Tingana's legacy, a striking leopard whose story captured our hearts.
Right, well, we're still sitting here. I can still see some of the little ones in the background. Well, like I say, let them come towards us. Eventually they'll pop up and kind of head in this direction. If the females start moving here, and because of the shade that we're under, I suspect that we're going to see them all kind of move this way. The little bush willows are not providing huge amounts of shade, particularly as that sun gets sort of to midday. The length of the shadow decreases until it's just that little spot underneath the bush. So whereas the marula has a much bigger circumference of shade and therefore more space for the pride to lie together. So I wouldn't be surprised. There we go. Here comes this lioness. She's going to come and join us. Shame, Michael, are you hot? This is the lioness with the injury on the foot, on the back foot. It must be seriously painful. Now, sorry, let me get my head out the way. I also see a bar. I do apologize about the bars. We're just without the roofs, we would be extremely warm out here. So we are using the roofs. Now I'm going to name this lioness Jordan, because Jordan, who's from MC, for those that don't know, is in camp, and Jordan had an IR light drop on her foot and has now got a swollen toe that resembles that of this lioness's back leg. Don't you agree, Eagle?
I totally agree.
Totally agree. So this lioness from now on will be known as Jordan, and we shall keep an eye out. Hopefully Jordan heals faster than this lioness. Laurie, so senses wise, I mean, lions are pretty incredible when it comes to senses, because obviously they require their senses to be able to find food. So they've got this ability obviously to see very, very well, binocular vision, 2 eyes on the front of the head, with incredible sight for particularly at night, and that's because of the cells that they have within their eyes. So they have rods and cones, and the cones being for color and the rods being for light. And so in our eyes we have a good split between the two, so we have very good color perception but very poor eyesight at night. These guys, it's the opposite way around. They have very good eyesight at night, and which means they've sacrificed their color vision, so they don't see color very, very well. But other than the eyes, they obviously got incredibly good ears to be able to hear. You can see the ears, maybe not those ones, you might just see a paw of some of the other lions there. Hopefully they're going to come this direction soon. And so they'll kind of maybe come and lie down. Sorry, I've got, I'm sure it's a grader coming past, so these lions might not appreciate that, but we'll see. Anyway, so ears, incredible sense of sound. They've also got that fluff just to try and help with wind noise. So any animal that has, or anybody that's ever used a camera and has a microphone will know that if you put a fluffy over the microphone, it helps to reduce wind noise, and that is the same with lions. So they have that, and then they have these big nostrils that are able to smell things really well. So eyesight, hearing, sense of smell, incredible. And then they even have whiskers as a sensory organ too, which a lot of people forget about. We always think here about all the organs that we have in terms of their the sensory sort of things that other animals have, but whiskers are a huge part of a lion's sensory world as well. When they move around, those whiskers help to gauge the gap that they're moving through. So if they push those whiskers forward slightly, they know that if the whiskers are touching something, then the likelihood of their body going through is probably quite slim. So they end up in a situation where they'll then go around it. So that also forms a huge part of their sensory world. But that's the thing, is as we go through the day out here, obviously we have things like graders coming around, because it's the time when the guys try to do the road maintenance. They try to get all of that stuff done between the game drives, so as not to disturb us when we're out in the field in the sort of main game drive times and guests are on safari. And we obviously try and also kind of spend time at camps at that point, so you can't blame the guys for doing it. So now that we're out this afternoon, or during this course of this morning, we are going to have probably the vehicle come up and down a little bit. And the lions don't care too much at all. They just generally sit and enjoy and don't worry about things. And you can see that cub's got its... Is it the cub that's lying? It's got its head up at the moment. Because the one that I can see at the moment's got a leg up in the air, which I think is one of the other females. So they seem to be kind of spread around a little bit. I'm sure they'll all come lie here at some point. As you can see, it's just like pockets of shade that each one is trying to find themselves a spot in. It's difficult for the whole pride to lie together in a place like this, except if they come into this nice marula tree, then it's very possible, and I'm hoping that's what they'll do, and then we can just kind of hang out with them here in the whole pride and watch the little ones go about their business as well. Mason, so no, it's not about being more aggressive when they're hunting. Both leopard and lions when they're hunting are trying to find food, so it's not an aggression thing. It's a tactical thing in a way that they execute their tactics, given the dynamics that they have at play, or the skills that they have at play. The way that a leopard hunts is very different to the way that lions hunt. So it's more that, it's not an aggressive behavior. Aggression is just, trying to more defend themselves. But in hunting terms, if we're going to apply the word aggression, we would probably kind of look at it in a way that lions tend to be more proactive in their hunting, in terms of actually actively trailing an animal and then setting up a sort of ambush and then chasing that animal into the ambush. Whereas leopard, because it's on its own, it doesn't have the ability to go and chase an impala, for example, towards the rest of the pride. These guys have got to, leopards have got to hunt solitary, and so theirs is all ambush. So they tend to be much slower, much more methodical, much more calculating in the way that they approach animals, whereas lions tend to use numbers as an advantage. So maybe that's what you mean in terms of more aggressive, is that their approach to a hunt is often quicker and faster than what you'd see from a leopard. But that's not to say that they don't also apply a huge amount of caution. All prey animals out here have abilities to evade predation, otherwise they wouldn't be alive. And so the lions have still got to be very calculated in the way that they do it. They just, because there's a pride, they can tend to move a lot quicker and try to make it happen than if there's like a leopard which has got nobody else to help it. So it needs to be kind of very calculating as to where it positions itself, so that slip walk onto it and it can then grab it from there. So yeah, I think that's kind of the basic differences between them. I mean, there's a lot more that goes into it than that, but I wouldn't, aggression's probably not the right word to use in all of this. You can just see this female grooming her paw. It's very, very cute. And if it wasn't for this dove making so much noise, we might just be able to hear her tongue. I can hear it just sort of quietly, the hooks on her tongue, that rough tongue, and as she's licking her paw, you can actually hear it scraping through her fur. Now when you start to see them grooming like this is often them just getting ready now to have a little lie down and a little sleep, so that they can kind of rest for the day. This heat, you're not going to find lions moving too much. The only time we see lions moving like this in the heat is when A, there's a herd of buffalo that's come through, or B, they haven't gotten to water. Then they'll sometimes try and get to water and try and then have a drink. Look at that claw. As she's grooming herself, you can actually see the little claw popping out. So that's that dew claw that helps them grip prey when they grab it with those front legs. You don't normally see that claw very easily, but when she's flexing her paw like that, so you can imagine as she kind of comes to grab an animal and her hand or her paw closes in on that animal, that dew claw pops out and it hooks into the skin of the animal, and then it allows her to get a better grip with the other claws. It does a lot of damage, that dew claw, and it's a very, very important part of their ability to hunt. Very, very pretty lionesses, these. Now this lioness that's sitting next to us, she's the one with the broken right canine. So I suppose we could nickname her after Cedric. Cedric's old enough to have broken a few teeth. What do you think, Eagle? Does he have a few teeth that are broken? Igor's just laughing, saying that was a cold low blow. Cedric can't defend himself, although I think Cedric's coming to get us some water now, so maybe we must be nice to him, otherwise he's not going to give us water. But maybe that's what we can nickname this lioness. So we can just name these different animals after the Wild Earth crew. We've already got a Jordan. So okay, we won't call it Cedric then, because he's not here to defend himself. But it's fine. I know in the afternoon he'll have a go at me and make a laugh. So I'm pretty sure Cedric will take it well. He's normally good at having a little laugh at himself and making a joke back. Alright, well, we'll carry on sitting with them. Like I say, I'm hoping that the little ones come and join these two lionesses as well. She's certainly being meticulous in the way that she's grooming herself, isn't she? Hasn't exactly stopped at this stage. I saw on her when she just moved her chin that there's a little bit of blood just underneath the chin there, a little reddish tinge. So like I said, I expect that they got something small. Maybe they got like an Impala ram or something, or a Nyala, which would be not a very good meal for all of these lions. It could have even been something as small as an Impala lamb, that, you know, one lion has got more than the rest. But if they have eaten, then they are very good at cleaning themselves. They make sure that they get rid of all that blood, any little bit of meat that's stuck to them, you know, because if that all dries, then it clogs the fur and just not great from a condition point of view. It also is a big fly attractant then, and so if they keep attracting flies, then it irritates them. So they try and keep themselves as clean as possible and as well groomed as possible, and that then allows for them to probably rest easier, and also control parasite loads, so that they don't get any sort of blood infections or anything like that. It's amazing though when you sit with these lions, you know, because I generally don't spend a lot of time with lions, and that's because they don't actually spend a lot of time on Djuma itself, and often I'm a lot more leopard focused, you forget just how big they are. You know, I was thinking about yesterday when we had Lalamba, and she's tiny in comparison to these lionesses. Lions are big animals, and like I say, you forget very quickly how big they are until they kind of stand up and walk past you, and you realize just how massive they can get. What's interesting though is they all have their heads up. I would have expected them to be flat, but I think with this breeze blowing, there's enough noise that it's just keeping them a bit awake at the moment. Alright, well, let's carry on sitting with them. Let's see what happens. Right, so lions still heads up, still just looking around, panting away. I'm hoping that I'm sure they're going to go down and start sleeping now. I don't expect them to move around too much, like I say now. The only thing that would really drive them to move is water. But I was hoping that because the lionesses were here, that the little cubs would come join us. It was so nice if they come. I mean, I know they're not tiny and they're not little fluff balls. Fluff balls would be very, very pleasant. But they're still very cute. And they do get FOMO and don't like to be separated from their moms. So separation and anxiety is a real thing for these little ones. I'm hoping that they're going to come meander over here and just form a little lion cuddle puddle next to us. And we'll be able to kind of watch the antics of the little ones. Although I'd imagine they're so hot they just don't want to do anything. The best time for young lions is either if it's raining or first thing in the morning when it's still cool. Then you'll find them charging about and playing and having a good time. I find on hot days like this, even in the afternoons when the pride wakes up, they're still a little lethargic and, you know, just kind of take it super easy. Don't necessarily let the energy levels get too much. Yeah, she's starting to get more into that flat line position. Alright, while we're sitting here with these lions who are hot and bothered, I'm sure that they would love to be in front of a waterhole. So let's send you across to Lisa and see what's happening up in Namibia.
Thank you, Tristan, and thank you for surprising us not only with your presence but also your lions on Escape to Nature. How awesome was that? And to see lions midday is even better. Because like Tristan said, you know, generally when it's hot, they go deep into the bush and they just want to do as little as possible for as long as possible. It's pretty much me on a weekend or on my off days. Just want to do nothing, stay cool, relax, build up my energy for if I need to get a snack. But we are still just observing the beautiful general game here in Okokoyo. My jackal was back, but he left again. But he actually came to the watering hole, and then there was an oryx that chased it away, and then he ran into the springbok, and they were also like, no, you're also not welcome here. It was a whole thing. I had to give him a good talk now, and, you know, just calm him down and everything, and then eventually he took off. So hopefully he'll come back again later. We shall see. And I'm very curious to know how our Umbika Pride is doing here in Okukoyo, as well as last week I saw a female that was collared. I believe Alex has seen her previously as well. So not sure what her story or background is, but just in general, you know, how are the predators doing here? And again, we won't really see them active this time of the day, specifically not at this waterhole itself, unless they are absolutely parched. And then of course my elephant children. Juma has been very good to us now. There were 4 elephants in total by the end of it, but they seem to have taken off. So now I'm just anxiously awaiting elephants here in Okukoyo as well as Mashatu. But how exciting to sit here to observe these animals and not know what's going to happen. And of course, as always, remember we are live, we are interactive. Whether it's myself, Tristan, Liam, Lauren, please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions. As I mentioned today, we can discuss what you guys would like to discuss. If you've got a quiz for us, or if you've just got something you want to chat about a bit. Because even though we touch on a lot of topics and a lot of general facts when it comes to animals and their behaviors and their locations, etc., I don't think we devote enough time to actually, talk about the seriousness and the importance of these animals. But whatever you want to chat about, please do let us know. At the end of the day, this is your safari. We love hearing from you. So get in touch with us, please. I'm really starting to feel like about the crows like I do about the Hadidas. It's wonderful. It's a very good flagship species here in Okukoyo. But it's a very eerie call. It's definitely not one of my favorite bird calls. Jacobus, oh, you've got the same first name as my father. You would like to know which of the watering holes is my favorite to monitor. That's a very good question. So for those of you that do not know, because I know it's a very strange concept, so I'm actually based in MC in Johannesburg, and I get to monitor the dam camera here in Namibia. I also get to monitor the Djuma Dam Cam in the Sabi Sands, and then I also have the privilege of monitoring Mashatu's water hole. So it is all being done remote, or well, at least in Johannesburg. Because I know sometimes people do tend to get confused. You know, I wish I could teleport, but that is not yet the case. Hopefully we'll get there with technology. But with regards to which one is my favorite, I really cannot tell you. It really depends on the day. When I started, it used to be Mashatu, but I think that is a bit biased because there was always elephants there. So I think that had a massive influence on my on my preference over the water holes. Okokoyo I love because it's just such a random water hole. It literally looks like the moon. You know, with a few trees here and there, and then a tree line in the background. It's just a very odd water hole. And then the Djuma Dam Cam I love a lot as well, because it's always, Djuma is very, I don't know, it allows you to, you know, go into sort of crevices and like areas where you don't expect to necessarily see something. So I really do not have a preference, but thank you for that question. It's as I said, goes day by day, changes, but I love all of them. That I can definitely testify to. And it's always different, you know, even though this is a general scene we'll see here in Okokoyo from day to day, it's always different. You know, the jackal, the Kori bustard that's already been around today. The oryxes, you know, even the zebras. Yesterday we saw a lot of zebras, and today we've also seen a few, but today not as much in comparison to yesterday by this time, you know, the number or the amount that we saw. So I really cannot tell you. I can however tell you that I promised myself that Okokoyo will definitely be visited by myself within this next year. I definitely want to go there, so I will make a plan with that. And Mashatu, I would love to go there. I've been in Botswana, but not in that specific area. But I think probably before anything else, I will definitely have to go to Djuma first. My aunt is there and my family. Not my parents, but my aunts and uncles. And I have not seen them in years. So it's definitely time for me to go visit them, make some time and go see the family. But yes, that was a very long answer to a very simple question. I don't have a favorite. But thank you so much, Jacobus. I really appreciate that. And just like Jacobus, please do send through your questions, comments, suggestions, quizzes. If you want to quiz us as naturalists, please do. We always love being challenged. You know, you tend to get into a rut. So we love to hear from you. Just going to take a look around to see if we have any potential massive animals approaching the waterhole so long. Because that will really be brilliant. Again, we are never picky. We are always grateful for what we see. Mother Nature, if you are listening, always grateful. No elephants on the horizon yet. That's alright. I'll try to, summons them somehow. I don't know. I'll try. But while I do that, I don't want you listening to all of that. It's going to be a lot of strange noises coming out of me. So in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Tristan and his Leon.
Right, well, I hope there's lots of other animals coming over the horizon towards the waterhole. Our lions are still very much doing the same thing. Heads are up, just kind of panting. I think they're just uncomfortable in all ways. It's just not nice weather for them right now. You'll find they would probably flop heads down and actually have a proper nap when it gets a little bit cooler this afternoon. These guys, unfortunately, are at that point where they are just too uncomfortable to even sleep, and the mouth needs to be open in order to control the body temperature. So lying on their side, they're not going to be able to get that temperature down enough. By sitting up like this and breathing quite quickly with the mouth open, it's creating cooling much faster. And the reason for that is because as they breathe with this hot air over this tongue, the moisture that is being evaporated through the heat of the air from the body is cooling the blood on the surface of the tongue and therefore and the roof of the mouth, and then sending that blood back into the body and keeping the animal cooler. So it's an important part of a big cat's ability to survive in Africa and in India, and so they need to do it a lot. And so when it's really hot, you often find that they don't actually sleep on their sides doing it. They just try and kind of get their head up and try and just get as much air passing through there as possible. That's crazy. I mean, these are not even full lions. If you had to kind of add a whole bunch of meat to their stomach, they certainly would have a tough time of it. Now, the other lioness that was lying next to her, she got up and moved back to where the cubs were. So I was hoping that they would come back in this direction and start to kind of all sit with us, but alas, they did not do. Now, Bobby, you're asking how many sets of teeth does a lion have? So I don't know if you mean how many teeth or how many sets of teeth. Slightly different. But in terms of sets, 2. You'll find that they will have the sets in the beginning, the little milk teeth. They obviously use those at first, and then those drop out, and then they get their adult teeth, and that's it. So only 2 sets of teeth. In terms of number of teeth that a lion has, they have 30, which is made up of 12 incisors, obviously the 4 canines, the 4 molars, and then the 10 premolars. So they have 30 teeth, but only 2 sets in their time. Unlike an elephant that has the 6 sets, these guys only have the milk teeth, and then those pop out and the adult teeth come through, and that's it. So like that lioness that was lying next to us to start with, once her tooth broke, it's not going to change. That tooth will never fix itself. So it's a bit like us, we have our baby teeth and then we get our adult teeth, and once our tooth breaks, it doesn't grow back. It's just the end of it, unfortunately. And that's often what restricts, particularly in big cats like lions, it often is what restricts them from living out to an older age. When you get a lioness that, let's say her teeth have worn and she's 16 years old, while her body theoretically could probably last until she's 20, if her teeth are completely worn and she can no longer grip prey with her canines to be able to then suffocate it and kill it, or she's got worn teeth that are very blunted and she can't actually shear off meat, then her body condition depletes and she dies from there. So they They rely quite heavily on their teeth, and once the teeth are gone, that's it. I think if they had another set of teeth, they would probably live quite a lot longer than they do. That's why captive animals live longer. They typically don't have to have the same pressures on their teeth. So while they're obviously not getting dentistry done and looked after and brushed and all of that, they're not having often to try and hunt and grab prey, which often causes strain on the tooth and causes break. There's also very much less bone that they receive. They tend to receive nice big chunks of meat, but not a huge amount of bone in it in captivity, and so that's why captive animals often go 20, 21. Their teeth are generally in much better condition for their age than what you see in the wild counterparts. I think she must love it when the clouds come over and there's just a bit of coolness, and at least there's a breeze today. If there wasn't a breeze, these lions would have a very, very, very tough time. You can also see when it gets cloudy, then you start to see their eyes opening, far less glare for them. And particularly because they have that sort of lighter mark under the eye, you can see there's almost like a little white line under her eye. That just helps with her being able to see at night, and so it doesn't help with glare during the day. So often when it's very bright, much like us as people, you start to see that we squint, and so obviously does the lion. So as soon as it gets a little bit cloudy, then the eyes start to open. Beautiful day though today, yeah. There's a few big puffy white clouds in the sky, and I think it'll be a nice afternoon. I don't think it's going to be too hot this afternoon. I think it's going to be pretty good from a sort of weather perspective. Hopefully if these clouds condense a little bit and they come together, it might allow for movement of animals early on. It's obviously not going to be great for the lions, because the lions being so close to the boundary, I'm pretty sure just going to pop straight over into Buffelshoek, and that's going to be the end of that. So they're not going to be around for long this afternoon. But for cats like Tlalamba, who's on Djuma, and who knows what else, we didn't actually get around much this morning. We kind of ended up milling about all around Treehouse, which was kind of where Cedric was too with Tlalamba. So there's a lot of sort of hanging about in that section. So a lot of the property wasn't explored much, and we obviously didn't go to Chitwa this morning either. So maybe with a bit of cloud cover, there's the likelihood of Kachava and Sumi or Marips. I'd like to try and see if we can maybe get Marips again this afternoon, but just a nice, longer, lengthy sighting of him. Yesterday afternoon we had him for a while, but then he went into a difficult area, and then we really struggled with keeping up with him, and eventually he went into Chitwa camp, and there was just nothing we could really do from there. So it'd be nice to go and hang out with him for the afternoon. The thinking man, weaknesses that lions have. Sure. It's quite an interesting one, I suppose. I don't really know if there's a lot of weaknesses. I think there's potentially their ability, well, one maybe is they require water fairly regularly. So if they're in an area with no water, then they're going to really struggle. Obviously, if they also in an area where there's low densities of food, it also makes it incredibly difficult. They also struggle from a point of view if they're not in a pride together. So while there are lionesses that have done well as single individuals, the pride dynamic really does help them given their size and coloration. They're a lot better off if they are in groups together. But other than that, there's no real weaknesses. You must remember that out here in the bush, any animal that's weak doesn't survive. So, all animals are prone to some semblance of death, and have, if you want to call it weaknesses, but ways in which they can unfortunately get themselves into trouble. But they're not weak animals, so it's not like they have, strengths and weaknesses like people. And what you'll find is it's also down to each individual as to what we would perceive as a weakness. So, for example, a female, like, let's say, raising of cubs, we might say she's weak in raising cubs, but, it's not maybe a fair assessment, because who knows what the dynamic is within the prides around her, the hyena clans, leopards, all of that plays a part, weather conditions play a part, and those things are important when we discuss kind of how animals live. And so weaknesses, I'm not sure, like I say, I would say that they're weak. No animals typically have weaknesses, because if they had weaknesses, their species wouldn't survive. So they are perfectly suited for the life that they lead, and the adaptations that they have, or the way that they've evolved, allows them to survive in a place like this. So yeah, weaknesses wouldn't be a great thing if you're trying to survive and live out in the wilds of Africa. Must admit, I'm quite glad for the clouds too. If the lions aren't, I am. It's much more pleasant when there's a bit of cloud cover than when there isn't. Even though it's hot though, it's so pretty just being out here. You kind of got this blue sky and these green leaves, little white fluffy clouds, and breeze that's blowing, and birds that are calling around you, and lions sleeping next to you. There's something quite pleasant about it all. So it seems like a nice place just to come and park off with a book in hand and just read and take in what's going on around you. I think sometimes we so kind of hell-bent on driving around in natural areas to find as much as we can. And oh, hi Igor. Are you right in the back there?
Sorry, my Google Assistant was trying to help you, man.
Is just your phone trying to help you out to do some cam up work there? Wonderful. Oh well, unless you know now it's live and there's a faux pas every now and then. Well, now that Igor has recovered from his moment's shock, naughty phone, Igor, isn't it? We'll talk to it later. Stern talking to. I think that's a fine idea. Can't let phones get away with that kind of nonsense. But anyway, as you can see, that's the lioness that was next to us earlier. She's gone and lay flat. One of the cubs behind her, and then there's another one to the left of that lying in the grass as well. Everybody's quite sort of sleepy, and I think just generally quite tired, and I can relate. It's been a well, last night was a long night. We had load shedding last night, which always makes things a little bit tricky because it gets hot and the mosquitoes arrive because there's no fan, and it makes sleep tricky. So I can fully appreciate how these lions must feel. I suppose they're a lot more nocturnal than we are, so must be tough to sleep in the day. At least we can sleep when it's slightly cooler in the evenings. Imagine trying to sleep now in the sun. Wouldn't be that pleasant at all. I'm wondering where S8 is. He's normally with this pride all the time, so it's surprising that he's not here, and that we're not hearing him. Normally we hear male lions vocalizing, especially a big strong male like him. He's normally quite vocal when he's on Djuma, so quite surprised that we haven't heard anything. And I didn't hear anything last night to our north or anything to the south, so don't know where he is. Maybe he's on a kill somewhere, and that's why he's not making much noise. Sometimes when male lions find themselves a decent kill, then they keep quiet so they don't attract attention to themselves, and bring in other lions, which I suppose makes sense, doesn't it? It's like when you're hungry and you find yourself a perfect meal, you're not going to go and tell the whole world to come and share your meal. You're going to enjoy it and take it in. Anyway, talking about enjoy it, we're going to sit here and enjoy these guys a little while longer. Lion's still sleeping. You can see the wind is picking up quite a bit now, so the clouds are coming in and the wind is starting to gust a little bit. Now it's not great from a rain point of view if we start to get a lot of wind. That typically means that the rain is not going to come. I find when the clouds develop and the wind drops, that's always a good sign. I think those lionesses over there are not going to be getting up anytime soon, and I'm sure they are hoping for a decent amount of rain at some point, just to take the edge off the days and make it a little bit cooler for the next little bit. Obviously, with everything in summer, it's only a temporary measure, so even when you do get rain, the kind of rain falls and then the humidity spikes after that, so it's temporary relief, but it's relief all the same. Alright, I think what we're going to do is, while there's some cloud cover, let's brave just going and repositioning to go and have a look at the cubs for a while, given that they are so far away that poor Igor is having to do these long distance shots. Now, sorry, I also had my sunglasses on. At this time of the day, I'm just worried about my eyes. Being a guide, being out in the glare all the time is typically not great for one's eyes, so I try to wear them a lot when I'm not on air, just to kind of keep the eyes in decent condition. Hello, you three. There's the other lioness and the other two cubs are just off to my left, and then three little ones under the bush in front. They look grumpy, don't they? The one almost looks like he's got something in his eye. I think it's a little male, one to the left. Cedric was asking me how many females and males I think there are, and I said to him, Cedric, the other day I was sitting with them and I did not even bother to look. I was so kind of enjoying them up on the mound that I didn't even think about what sexes they were, which I know is naughty. But yeah, apparently, from what Ben and Cedric say, they reckon 3 males and 2 females. But yeah, I have no idea. But if you look at those two cubs, well, obviously the one's put its head down now, but the one on the left just looks like a slightly bulkier individual, even though the same general size same age. They look very similar. That's what I'm trying to say in age sense, but slightly bigger. The one on the left of the frame versus the one on the right of the frame. Females tend to be a little bit more dainty and less solid around the shoulders and head. So then the little male cubs. I mean, we know in leopards particularly, the male cub grows so much faster than the female cub, very, very, very much from an early age. In lions, sometimes can be a little trickier for the first few months, and then it starts to show a lot more as they get a little bit older. They look like they've got a good spot though. Malta, I'm sure lions can pick up that there's a change in pressure, and then in terms of smelling rain in the distance, I suspect that they can smell it when it's on the wind. So like if there's a big storm in the distance and it's raining and there's wind blowing towards them, 100%, I'm sure they can hear the lightning too, but it doesn't change their behavior. Rain is not something that lions kind of use to dictate their movements. It's not like something like a wildebeest herd or maybe even something like ellies that want to try and go and find water. Lions are not too fazed by it. They typically are also territorial, so if there's rain further afield and it's not in their territory, there's not really much they can do. So smelling the rain for them is pretty meaningless. But I think we would be very naive to think that these guys are not able to smell things like rain and pick it up from a long distance. Animals have a very, 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 very acute sense for their environment, and that's how they stay alive. We were talking earlier about weaknesses and things like that, and if they're not able to understand their environment and the changes within it, it's going to make it very, very tricky. And to give you an example of that, and just kind of on the following on rain, when I worked down in the southern Swabi Sands on the Swabi River and a bit on the Sand River, what we found was as soon as you'd see like snakes, hippos, often any sort of animal that would be associated with riverine areas, you'd find them all moving away from the river. And it was always about 3 or 4 days before a flooding event would take place. And you kind of don't piece it together until afterwards when you kind of think about it, because you don't expect the flood to come. And you only think about it afterwards, and you actually then think to yourself, oh, well, yeah, every animal that I saw was moving away from the river, not towards it, which is obviously not how things normally are. Normally we see animals moving to the river rather than away from it. Hello, girl. Old Jordan, the limpy lion, has just come past us. I'm going to come and join the cubs, I'm sure, in the shade. I'll see her just out over there. I'm sorry about that bar again. As like I say, without that roof, we would be absolutely getting punished with this weather. You can see the flap of the roof just hanging down there.
just trying to catch up with some giraffes here. Honestly, 2 seconds before live, every time. The animals, I swear they can hear. But Vincent, you don't actually know what you've done, but you've opened a can of worms in my head, which is a good thing. Worms are cool. But I've been thinking all afternoon about teaching because it's really strongly linked to animal intelligence. Just want to check I've got the right positioning. All good?
That's all right.
That's all right. That means it's probably not very good. But teaching is fundamental to how our children, as human children, learn, that we sort of have considered it all these years as a human trait. And for many, many years, we've never considered it to really be applicable to the animal kingdom. And that's really where we've gone wrong. There's also been an assumption, and I'm talking very broadly here, that teaching requires big, complex brains. And really only humans have that, and that's why only humans really teach. But of course, that's not the case anymore. And I have used these examples quite a few times now. So I'm not trying to sound like a broken record. But for a long time, it was thought that chimps, who show high levels of intelligence, we always believed, that they can communicate. So humans are going to teach the chimps. Now remember, that's interspecific relations there, humans and chimps, not the same species. But experimenters thought, we're going to teach them how to speak. We're going to teach them language. And language is very uniquely human. And the first experiment was in the 1940s, and that was with a chimp called Vicky. And it just failed completely. She could not speak. She was engaged, she was trying, she participated, but she could not replicate the human words. Ta-da! Chimps don't have vocal cords, people. Of course she couldn't talk. She cannot replicate the words. She cannot replicate the speech because biologically she doesn't have the apparatus needed to do so. Then the second experiment, when humans got a little bit better at thinking about this, they had a chimp called Washoe, or Washoe, I think it's Washoe, who was 1 year old, and they taught this chimp ASL, American Sign Language. And Washoe learned 150 signs. Washoe was able to participate in symbolic communication. Yes, they can do that. They do have the apparatus for that. But if you think about that, that's a human teaching an animal. Again, that's interspecific. But what about intraspecific? Okay, I'm just going to move here. We're losing the animals. Where it's within the species. I told you, Vincent, can of worms with me. That's been massively overlooked. And when studying it for a really long time, it was thought that it was going to be a mammal that was really going to highlight that animals can teach, and it was going to be most likely a chimp because they have been so extensively studied by humans, whether you think that's right or not. But it wasn't. The animal that really opened up to the doors to teaching. Okay, I'm just following Davi's instructions. Yes, the animal that really opened up to the door to the fact that animals teach, ta-da, was, believe it or not, ants. They ain't mammals, they ain't even big. And it was really the last thing that sort of people expected. And the ants were the rock ants, who live in huge colonies, as ants do. And basically what happened was they noticed something called tandem running. And this is where a really knowledgeable ant, aka the teacher, led a really naive ant, aka the pupil, to a meal. Now, it might sound really simple, but it's actually not. What happens is ants signal to each other because they're social, and as I always say, any social organism has to have a really complex communication. Oh, I just had a really strange male voice in my ear, sorry. That's totally threw me off. Yes, any social animal has to have a well-developed communication system in place. And
ants are social. So therefore, their system is to teach one another where the food is and how to find food. And normally they leave behind little chemical cues and chemical sort of messages. And basically in tandem running, the pupil kept track of the teacher, following the teacher by continually tapping the antenna on the teacher's bum and then pausing. Oh, I'm getting lots of strange voices in my ear. Anyway, sorry, I think it's another feed. I don't know who it is. Anyway, I'm going to concentrate now. And basically, they take note of landmarks, and it's not visually. So they're not visually trying to take note of landmarks in the area. They're doing this chemically. So the young pupil is learning how to tandem run, how to find food, how to mark the food, and how to chemically make your way back to the colony. And it was actually proven that on average, the teacher stopped all along the journey, and the whole journey was about 4 times as slower. So she wasn't making the journey for herself, he or she. They were making it to teach the pupil. And in turn, that means that more ants will learn the route, and it will help guide all the younger, naive ants. And it was literally proven that that is teaching. So if ants teach, then I think that opens so many doors to what organisms will teach. I mean, think about meerkats. There was a great study on meerkats where, I mean, they are cooperative breeders, right? So they do have a well-developed social unit and communication system. But when it comes to eating prey, they normally go for snakes and scorpions, and those are the sort of really dangerous animals, especially for the young meerkats. So that's where the adults come into play. And it's not just the parents, it's also the helpers who need to teach the young, okay, this is a learning process to know which prey to go for and which prey not to go for. And the study recorded thousands, if not thousands, of feeding events. Okay, I'll come back to that in just a moment.
International Animal Rights Day is on the 10th of December. Here at Wild Earth, we believe that for people to see animals as equals, they must understand how animals live and recognize that they have emotions just like us. Join us for Quizmania, a weekend of interactive fun with prizes to be won, where we will test you on how much you know about the animals we share our planet with.
There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? Yes, so just to build on what I was saying with meerkats, this incredible study from the Kalahari showed that adults were actually provisioning the young with age-appropriate food. Now, what that means is when they were very, very young, they were given dead prey. Then as they started to get older, they would receive live animals. This is long before they get taught how to hunt and catch them themselves. Then the live animals were either child-proofed, can you believe that? Like a scorpion without its sting, for example. So the young can learn, okay, scorpions are great, delicious, this is how we eat one, before they really learn the big lesson that scorpions are very, very dangerous. And for the oldest of the sort of litter, the stings were left intact because they understood how to handle that. And because meerkats are really easy to study, they can become very habituated. It was, in fact, such a great study, and they were able to just record thousands upon thousands of these examples. And if you think about it, if an adult catches a prey that's difficult to catch, and the clumsy offspring, because they're too young, allow it to escape, that's a cost. That's an energetic cost, because hunting is costly. But they kept doing it repetitively and repetitively and repetitively, no matter how many times the youngsters let it go because they were too clumsy or they haven't quite got the hang of it. And that basically shows you right there and then that is teaching. And there was a process, literally, it went from age-appropriate food all the way from the youngest to the oldest. It's amazing. It's so mind-blowing.
Lenny,
I didn't copy any of that. My comms are really bad. What's Lenny saying?
thank you for constantly educating us.
Ah, Lenny, you are so welcome. I enjoy it. It's actually Vincent. Vincent is the one that inspired me there. Giving me a little topic to discuss. I enjoy questions that go very, very deep so you can really sort of get into them. So therefore, I believe that if it happens in ants and it happens in birds and it happens in all sorts of animals that can really be prevalent across the animal kingdom, I think most organisms are capable of teaching. Okay, there is a vehicle wanting to get past us, so we shall just pull over a little bit. Madikwe roads always get very busy. That's one thing about this reserve. And I always end up parking right across the middle of the road. That's something that I need to learn. Okay, darling, we're able to get those giraffes again. Yes, we are. Fantastic. I'm just going to wave this vehicle on by. I feel like they're possibly waiting for us. There we go. Yes, they were. People are being very polite because they probably see the camera. Rathel, I couldn't possibly answer that question. We are not giraffes and we don't speak giraffes. That question is writing down the alphabet and they're slowly getting it and you can visually see that, but I don't think it's possible for humans to really say there's a day, if you like, give or take. And I think unless you're studying an animal and pinpointing a particular behavior, I'm not sure if that question is possible to really answer. There will be lots of lessons are not that animal. So it's very difficult to put yourself in that animal's world and understand what it is learning. It will be learning, absolutely. But to understand what it's learning and how it's learning is tricky. I mean, that same group in the Kalahari also did a study in
Welcome back, everyone. Well, I should say welcome back to us. Our apologies about that. As you know, sometimes technology is definitely our friend, but sometimes, you know, it can quiz and challenge us a little bit as well, but nonetheless keeps us on our toes. Not that I did much. FC and MC and Tech and everyone sorted that out, so our apologies about that, but we are back. We do still have our Ellies here in Juma, so very, very cool to still have them around. Currently, I just have visual on the one, but I'm not sure where the other two have gone. There you are, beautiful. Oh, and what a profile this bull has to it. I know the one bull disappeared off into the open area. It was busy feeding, and then it slowly maneuvered back into the bush. But this one has pretty much just been sticking around. I think it's fairly hot and humid. So definitely just sticking around to the water where it can still have a mud bath every now and again, and of course go in for an actual splash if it needs to. And I was actually saying to one of our wonderful Zoomies that is helping out on the dam cam here at Juma, I wonder if there will still be an elephant around by the time we, you know, go back live. And luckily this one has been very, very special to us. Just sticking around, doing its thing. Super chilled out. You can see this elephant is really not on any mission of any sorts. And it's actually got a bit of a broken tusk on each side. So of course, as we know, you know, that does happen from time to time. When they challenge one another, it may break off, you know, in that combat. Sometimes they can actually injure their tusks against trees and stuff like that as well, but that is not really the norm. I've seen an elephant actually break off a piece of its tusk against a fence pole at a lodge. And again, you know, I think that sort of just comes down to, you know, when are we invading their space and when are they invading our space? Because I don't really believe they can ever invade our space. They were here way before we were. But of course, I was not with this beauty when its tusks actually broke. So I would not be. I can speculate for 100 years, but I have no idea. Jamie, good afternoon. I almost said good morning. We are. It's already good afternoon. You would like to know how will it affect their daily life, a broken tusk? So when you look at an elephant's tusk, a rhino horn, an impala horn, all of that, you don't see the full thing. So that tusk is obviously a modified tooth and it goes all the way into the face. So like this, it's not really going to affect it. It may... I mean, it depends on which side is dominant, because elephants actually have dominant sides. So, you know, they'll tend to use the right side more, for instance, when they are debarking a tree or whatever the case is. But with regards to, you know, actual pain or anything, it shouldn't feel it too much. It's basically the same concept as you and I clipping our nails. You don't feel it, but I mean, if you are going to rip your nail out, that is gonna... that's going to be a bit ouchy. So same with elephants. same with elephants, same with rhinos and these animals. You know, if it just sort of breaks off on a tip or just a small piece breaking off, then they will definitely be all right. But, you know, it depends. So this elephant will just continue with its daily routines. Ooh, what a chilled elephant. But definitely, he will now, and again, no one knows if this is conscious, if he realizes those tusks are actually broken off. But he will carry on with his life, continue debarking trees, continue fighting with other elephants. And as elephants grow, those teeth also keep growing. So obviously it's growing from the root, again, just like our fingernails. So sometimes you chip a nail, or you sort of tear it or something. That nail will eventually just grow out again from your actual root, I think that's what it's called. But you all catch my drift. You know what I mean. He's probably gonna go down to that other mud puddle, which all of the animals generally love, the warthogs, the elephants, and just throw some more mud on himself, sort of clearing the impalas out of his way. But I am just so happy we got to see some elephants on one of our dam cameras. But specifically, having stuck around so long, I honestly did not think that will be the case. And this male specifically did. He's probably going to come up to this fresh water, hopefully. Oh, and what a magnificent creature. I know a lot of people are terrified of elephants, and believe me, I also have a lot of respect for them. But, I don't think I've ever met anyone that said they don't enjoy elephants or they don't like elephants. Yes, you can be terrified of them or have a fear of them, whether it be due to having an incident with an elephant or anything like that, but it really is, I love them. It's always different with elephants. No two elephant sightings are the same. There's always different dynamics. With this bull specifically, he has just been so chilled out. He's literally made his way around the whole water hole and has fed in the process and everything, so he's really just taking it easy. Definitely, he definitely knows he's the star of the show. If you see him react every now and again, of course, I don't want to say just elephants, all animals have super acute hearing. So I do believe that he can actually hear the dam camera. So, of course, with monitoring the animals, even our zoomies know very well, specifically with elephants, when they are around and you do sort of see them reacting, we just tend to. Woo! I love when they do that. So you'll see, of course, he splurted that little bit out first. So elephants are very picky when it comes to fresh water as well, in the water that they drink. Sometimes it literally is a display of just playing with the water. That can happen. But generally you will see it. Specifically the first sip, they will splurt out a little bit and then they will start drinking. just to sort of get rid of that excess algae or anything, you know, that they might not like in that drink. Just like us. Some people drink soya milk, some people drink normal milk, other people drink almond milk, whatever tickles your fancy. And it's the same with elephants. They are very, very peculiar when it comes to... But that being said, I have to be honest, you know, I've seen elephants drink some disgusting sludgy water. It literally looks like a cream soda slush puppy. Oh yes, I can't really use the comparison cream soda. I know in the States cream soda is not green. So in South Africa cream soda is green. But I know in the States it's sort of like a vanilla color from what I can remember, if I remember correctly. But anyway, we'll see if this Ellie is going to react to us on the damn cam. He definitely hears us. Definitely hears us. Morgan, this is in fact a boy, yes? Definitely. He appreciates you for saying that he's super handsome. He's slowly gonna stroll off now. As I said, that's what the other two bulls, to my knowledge, at least the one bull. I'm not sure where the other one disappeared off to. But the one other bull also, you know, slowly made its way onto the open area, continued feeding, and then headed deeper into the bush. Morgan, our director, would like to know if all elephants have that flap at the top of their ear. Yes, from what I've seen, unless they've sustained an injury or unless you've got an elephant with a floppy ear that completely flops to the front. But even so, they will still have that top flap at the back of the ear. Yes, but obviously elephants, you know, the bigger they become, the heavier they become. Ears are a magnificent indicator as well of, you know, more or less. Ooh, what are we doing? Just scratching our footsie. Sorry, I just wanna, that's always so cool to see. Such a big animal and such an awkward animal and heavy animal, and somehow they always figure it out. Now I'll just scratch out my eye with my, not out, but I'll scratch my eye with my trunk, or I will throw some mud because that area irritates me, or I'll scratch my foot on this rock or log or whatever the case is. Absolutely brilliant, these animals. But yes, Morgan, to get back to your question, definitely they all have it, as I say, unless they have a injury or, you know, anything like that. I remember I worked with an elephant. I have to think of her name now. I think it was Lundi. Think so? Not sure. But anyway, she had this massive cut in her ear. And there was a lot of speculation around it. Why, where? She didn't love going into water, so we speculated, okay, maybe she had an incident with a crocodile when she was younger, or whatever the case is. But for the most part, all elephants will have that flap over the top of the ear, yes. I'm sure you've seen the baby elephants, they don't have that yet, or not as well developed yet. But yes, always incredible to see them. There he goes. Just going to take one last look around. We've got these beautiful sounds of the bush and then a fly. Alrighty, well, it seems like our elephants have taken off. You're in the beautiful Djuma, but how cool was that they stuck around through everything, through thick and thin with us today, our technical thick and thins that we had. But that was absolutely beautiful. So I think what we'll do is let's head on over to the beautiful Ukukoya and see what is happening there. And as always, our springbokkies, our gemsbokkies, all of the plains game or the rocks game, as we would call it here in Ukukoya, are still around. I'm just very much looking forward, or looking for our oryx as well, for the baby oryx. As I mentioned yesterday, I did see it, get a quick glimpse of it. But hopefully, just give me a second, bear with me. Let us see. I don't see any tiny one yet. And with oryx, much like wildebeest, the babies are much lighter than the adults in coloration.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
if you agree with me, please do send through your question of your comments or thumbs up, or definitely, backing me on this. But I definitely think we should have a day where we, move around and sort of switch roles. So we'll have Tristan directing, we'll have Morgan do a drive, we'll have one of the cam ops, also doing a drive. We'll just mix everyone up. I think it will be absolute chaos, but so much fun. I definitely am all for that plan. Specifically our naughtier directors. Love to see them on the camera. Well, says me, that hasn't been on camera. That's fine though. All of you know my voice. The directors get away with a lot just whispering in our ears and you guys not being able to hear it always. No elephants on the horizon yet. Yes, it's a beautiful kudu. Alright, Morgan will get to that now. Morgan is saying we should all estimate, how many animals you can, if I understood correctly, how many animals can fit into the water hole at Okokoyo. She's saying it's 50 elephants big to measure the water hole. Kudu, so we are seeing. Just telling this kudu not to be spiteful, every time I keep framing up on it beautifully, then it just changes its direction. So I just want to quickly have a look around before I answer that question. I'm not sure if I'm correct in thinking on your elephants. Let's just have a look see. Nope. That's alright. So, Starbuck, you would like to know what happens when elephant herds come across each other. So it really does depend on the situation. You know, is there babies involved? Is there a male in must with one of the herds, or with, you know, with both herds? What is the dynamic? Did the herds were the herds stressed before they, you know, arrive to the other herd? A lot of things influence a lot of behaviors and reactions and interactions and all of that. So it really does depend. For the most part, you know, they might communicate with each other, because even though they are not from the same bloodline or family or herd necessarily, they can definitely still understand one another. So in that case, then what will happen is, you know, they'll just chat a bit, but as I say, a lot of things are going to influence it. Is there tiny babies are involved in that herd? Is there male in must with one of the herds? Is there, you know, was one of the elephants injured or provoked or anything like that before the interaction actually took place? So it really does depend. But for the most part, you know, they'll just fly by and then carry on with their life. And can we just appreciate this beautiful kudu? Definitely, Morgan. Yesterday, you know, someone asked as well, what are the most unique horns when it comes to antelope? And for me personally, it's definitely kudu, because the animal itself is a very sturdy animal, a very strong animal, but having those horns on your head, I think, must be ridiculously heavy. And yet, you know, they fight with them, they carry them around all day. Yes, you are correct, Morgan. And this is definitely an older bull. With kudus, you know, a lot of people judge them on looking at the actual turns or the spirals in the horns. And you know, that again can differ with age. Sometimes you can have a fairly younger kudu in comparison to a much older male, and the younger one will have much more glorious horns. It really all boils down to DNA out here. Just like humans, you know, some people have really blue eyes. I know my niece, she's got this weird blue eyes. I've never seen it in my life. And then some people have one green eye and one brown eye. Some people have really long hair. Some people have really white nails. It's all about the DNA and the bloodline. if the havoc is about now. Morgan says it better be like 20 lions. If only, Morgan. Hopefully this afternoon we might get lucky with either rhinos or lions or anything like that. I was hoping these springboks might be something, but of course it is very hot right now, so for the most part predators will just be chilling in the shade and, you know, taking it easy. No. I just want to make sure, because this kuru is still very vigilant. And I think it also might have just gotten a fright from the oryx. The big group of oryx that came from behind. Oh, just bear with me. Just want to have a look at something. Never mind, it's a dead tree. I was hoping it's something that's actually standing here, but it is not. That's fine. That's fine. Elephants will wait for you, or rhinos, or whatever. You will come visit us on Sunset Safari. We know it. These animals are funny. The animals at the water holes, but specifically the ones in our control room. You can actually hear the guinea fowl as well, which generally this time of day, you know, it's very odd for them to be vocalizing. But again, anything is possible. You can see the other animals are not paying much attention. Kurus generally, for the most part, are very on edge from what I've seen. Very skittish animals, you know, very nervous animals, and especially any animal, you know, that's by itself, generally they are more on edge as opposed to being in a group or a herd or pack or pride, depending on what the situation is. Definitely looking at something, but I think it might be the people that are actually in camp. You can see they are just looking every now and again, listening and carrying on, as opposed to Had it been a lion or leopard or, anything really dangerous to them, they would just stand and start alarm calling and then sort of just let the others know, but also let the predator know, listen, we've seen you. But like this, you can see they'll just checking every now and again, continue walking, checking, continue. Goodness, this crow is just super loud. Super, super, super loud. Come on, zebras. Alrighty, well, while we wait for the zebras to come to the water hole, I think let us wander over to Mashatu and see what is happening over there. Sadly, no elephants yet. I have been monitoring it like a hawk and it has not happened for us yet. Hopefully it will. But even if it doesn't, that is perfectly fine. We saw impalas here today, so I'm just, happy that that is still a thing happening here in Mashatu. But I do think, I might be wrong, I think our spur-winged geese are still around, but they are just chilling in the shade. Obviously it's very hot. They have black feathers, so it can become quite tricky if they are not physically in the water. And as always, you can hear our beautiful quillias. And since we have not discussed, all that much, with regards to what you guys wanted to discuss, I think for this last hour of Escape to Nature, we will do a Fast 5. I know we do it every now and again. But yes, please go for it. You may ask me anything you like about myself, or about the animals, or about the water holes. You are more than welcome to send through your questions, comments for the last bit of Escape to Nature, while we also continue looking for some animals. I'm just trying to frame up on these quillias because they are so noisy. I'm just trying to find them on the actual dam cam. That's fine. We will start from one area and then move over to another area. Slowly check every single tree. Logan, you would like to know what plants can help with preventing bushfires. So you get something called the magic guarri. We often see it in Juma on safari. And that plant actually has a waxy layer on it. And when you take that, you can literally use it for fire extinguishers. I have actually before used it when going to fight a fire. You can use that because the waxy layer sort of prevents the bush from taking fire. So obviously you're going to need to take quite a few branches, but magic guarri definitely. I'm just trying to think of the others now. I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I think a silver cluster leaf as well, due to the, the waxy layer that they also have on them. I could be wrong. I apologize if I'm not correct in saying that. Please do help me. I have actually not had to fight a bushfire in quite some time, touch wood. So, I just want to see what that bird was. Oh, I could be wrong, but I think that's actually a carmine bee-eater. I mean, I think it is, because that's the only bird that looks like that, but I'm sort of in disbelief right now. Let me have a look, see. It is a carmine bee-eater. I can't go closer in on it, because we are already fairly close. I mean, I can try, but I think that might pixelate things for us. Let's try, and then if not, we'll just come back out a little bit again. Let's see. Oh man, how insane is that? That is my first carmine bee-eater here in Mashatu. I don't know if any of the other naturalists have seen them, but for me personally, that is a first, and it took off. That's alright, it happens. Oh, that was absolutely stunning. Just landed on the top branch. I'm not sure how long it's actually going to stay there. And for me personally, this is a bird I have not seen many times for myself in real life on safari. So when I do get to see them, it's always super, super cool. Thank you, little bee-eater. That was lovely. Baie mooi. I feel like something might be playing on the actual pole of the of the dam camera. Alrighty, but let's see if we can spot our quillias.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
Alright, well, I don't care about the quillias, I don't care about the kingfisher. I found us a carmine bee eater, so I'm super thrilled about that. But no elephants as yet. That is fine, absolutely fine. And our quillias, I'm sure they will continue photobombing. But I do see we have another visitor on the Djuma Dam cam, so let's head on over there. Look who we have! I think it's one of the bulls that were here earlier on. I can't say for sure, but it does seem... I didn't get a good look at his tusks now when he was moving over to this area. But I do definitely think it's one of those beautiful boys. And of course you can see he's just feeding. I actually think it might be the other elephant that was here earlier on. The last one we had. Because he too had a big tear in his ear like this one. In his particularly his left ear. So I think it might actually be the same one. We shall just wait and see. Hopefully he comes up. Gives us a nice profile. Probably gonna come up to the water. Yes, so this is actually the older bull that I was referring to earlier on when we started. You know, he approached the water hole when the other two were pretending like nothing was going on in the water hole, like two naughty kids. but a stunning profile he has, and truly beautiful tusks. Oh man, just look at that. What a day to be alive and love nature. Emma, good afternoon. You would like to know how many conservation centers there are in South Africa. So that's a very difficult question because it can be various answers. And the reason I say that, I'm going to get to your question now. Sorry, I just want to see what this Ellie is going to do. If he's going to investigate us or not. How incredible is that? Getting that close to an elephant. We are not zoomed in at all or anything like. That elephant literally virtually just bypassed us. Oh man, that is also one of my favorite things on safari. Seeing elephants, and you know, eventually they get so comfortable with your presence there, and again you always give them, you know, a way to escape or run away or get away if they need to, as well as for yourself. But sometimes, you know, you spend a good hour, sometimes 2 hours in an elephant sighting because there's just so much happening. And the next thing, you just have this elephant walking straight past you that you can literally count the eyelashes on that elephant. Samantha, you would like to know if I've ever had a close encounter with an elephant. Yes. So there were various. I assume you're referring to scary, where you think, okay, well, this might be my last breath that I'm going to give. Yes, I have. When I actually just started guiding, I think I was probably a guide or naturalist for, I think, a year. And the very first reserve I was working on in the Waterbergs had what we call an upper and a lower escarpment. And the only thing that connected these two, so the upper escarpment was literally on top of a mountain and the lower escarpment was like on the plateau or at the bottom of the reserve. And the only thing that divided these two was a very straight and narrow pathway. And literally on this pathway there was only, I think, 2 bypassing points. So whenever you would go up to the upper escarpment, you would say, Lisa going to the upper escarpment via Yellowwood, anyone coming down, and you would literally have a procedure, you know, on the radio and everything to do that. Anyway, long story short, halfway on Yellowwood, the pathway that we called it, there was a female that somehow, we to this day have no idea how, but the upper escarpment elephants and the lower escarpment elephants were divided by this path, because it's literally a mountain that's between the two. And one of the elephants somehow, you know, got over all of the cattle grits and passed everything and just made her way down. So as I was coming down, going up, this elephant was coming down. And as I say, on this whole Yellowwood, which is probably a good, I would guess, 3-4 kilometers, which doesn't sound a lot, but when it's a straight and narrow pathway up a mountain, it's quite hectic. And there had been no way for either one of us to bypass, because you will literally fall off the road and into the mountain. So this female was coming down, I was coming up, and I think probably for a good long probably the longest 10 minutes of my life. I spoke to this elephant and I slowly reversed, because she doesn't know, she's not going to go back up. So the only way forward for both of us is for me to continue back down. And for a good 10 minutes, I just spoke to this elephant and I was like, it's all right, because I've always firmly believed that elephants do pick up on the frequency of your emotion in your voice. So when you panic, they're going to panic. And I've seen this time and time again. A lot of animals actually, but specifically elephants. And eventually, we got to a point in Yellowwood where this elephant could bypass me. And again, that was only such a tiny space, but she literally, her body scraped against my vehicle and we were face to face. So if I wasn't, needing a new pair of underpants by that time, I definitely did then. And she just bypassed me and carried on with her life, and I continued when she was, way gone. I continued up Yellowwood and just reminded myself, okay, well, that was really close. But again, it wasn't a case of me provoking her or anything. It was just, we are in this situation now, let's deal with it. And that again, brings me back to Michelle's comment this morning. It's actually sad how, animals just become habituated to us and they always adapt to us, whether we are building roads, building buildings, just absolutely invading their space. And that is a mistake a lot of people make so often, and not just necessarily naturalists. If you perhaps go on self-driving Kruger National Park, a lot of people just tend to think we have the right to be here. The animals, should respect us and respect our space and everything. It's not at all the case. This elephant's ancestors were here way before you and I. The plants, the trees, everything was here before our lodges, before our camps. Everything was here. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of consideration that goes into that. But yes, other than that, I've had Samantha, I've had a lot of close encounters, but none where I felt, okay, I really messed up now. How am I going to get out of it? It was always a situation of, that animal just sort of getting or wanting to get out of the situation or out of that space. But as I say, with elephant sightings, it's always crucial for firstly the elephant to have an escape route, and then for yourself as well. Not just the elephant, for yourself as well, because anything can happen. And I've always said in an elephant sighting, if you don't have both, don't go into the sighting. It's as simple as that. Never, ever, ever do it, because you don't want that animal to feel trapped or enclosed or provoke it in any manner, how, whatsoever. So even if it means you are going to have a bit of a long distance visual, rather do that, specifically if you have other people on your vehicle as well that you have to be considering. But at the end of the day, as I say, it's all about them and their space and their comfort and all of that. So as long as they are comfortable. Giving us his absolute best side right now. Man, what a magnificent sighting. Just this elephant being utterly peaceful, just doing his thing. Us actually getting to see it exist and do its thing. With all the birds and everything chirping. I think the wind is helping a little bit. With the animals not to completely overheat today, but believe me, if you've ever been to Kruger or Greater Kruger, sometimes, the wind is just as bad as no wind. Because sometimes it is literally just circulating all of the heat and humidity. But other times it does help. I have to be honest. And he's also now slowly gonna move off, as I said, they might actually stick around. The others we've seen might actually still be in the bush and come to the water every now and again. It really does depend, and there really is no routine when it comes to, these animals. Not just elephants, all of them. Samuel, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know what illnesses are specifically found in elephants. I would have to read up on that for you. I'm going to be very honest with you and say I'm not on top of it when it comes to my diseases. I have studied it, believe it or not, but as I mentioned yesterday, out of sight, out of mind. So when you don't deal with something often enough, or you don't speak about it often enough, then you tend to forget about it. But I will definitely read up on it for you. Oh, sorry about that. Not sure what just happened there. See, we've got some impalas at the waterhole. However, it seems like impalas, yes. Just want to take a brief glimpse at the beautiful impalas. Try one last time to find our woodlands kingfisher, and then if not, we shall head on over to one of our other locations. Let me quickly have a look see. I think I've got one. Yeah, no, bird. These freaking birds. They never read the scripts, specifically the woodlands kingfisher. That's alright. Probably went down for some creepy crawlies or something it saw. Alexandra, you are saying you are loving the different sounds and noises and everything. I could not agree with you more. I love that we get to do that on Escape to Nature. You know, just sit and just listen and literally just lose yourself in all of the only thing that's missing, you know, is the smells. I wish we could actually smell everything that is around us. All the different plants. The elephant dung. Oh, it's got to be one of my favorite smells. Elephant dung, as odd as that may seem. Not sure where our kingfisher went now. I see our hornbill is hard at work again. You can just see the movement there in the leaves. So he's, oh, there he goes. Probably gonna fetch food for mom and the little ones. Not too sure, but that's all right. We'll take one last look-see at the water hole, and then if not, we will go back to Ukokoyo. But LG7, good afternoon to you, and you would like to know how long does it take to train to become a naturalist? It depends on who you ask. So for me personally, it took probably 6 months, but it depends on where you go, how long the courses that you take. So for me personally, I never went to a training school. I never had anyone, you know, a teacher that was actually, you know, teaching me as such. So in my off time and everything on the reserve that I was working at, I actually just went out with the rangers and, you know, all of that. Every single moment I had off, I went on safari and trained with them and everything, and then everything just sort of fell into place. So it can take anything from 6 months up to a year, but the awesome thing about us as naturalists is not us per se, but you know, our qualifications and what you specialize in is you can always continue. So you've got level 1, level 2, level 3, then you can specialize in birds and in mammals, in ethology, in ecology. It really is such a massive variety. But I would say the basics, you know, to just actually become a naturalist, So as a naturalist, you also have to have a professional driver's permit, which is a PDP, which allows you to professionally drive people around for a living. You also have to have first aid, just the basic level or basic entrance level, just so that if you were ever on a vehicle and a guest, you know, something happens to a guest, that you've got the basics that you can do. But as I say, those are the basic, you know, entrance levels. Oh, and then when you do study to become a naturalist, you've got a theory exam which you have to pass, I think, by 80%, if I'm not mistaken. And then also you've got a practical exam that you also have to be doing. So it's a lot that goes into it. And then every year, you know, we do have to renew our registration with FGASA, which is the Field Guide Association of South Africa. You have to make sure your first aid, your PDP, all of that stays, you know, renewed. And then you also have to, as I say, you can always go further, go on to level 2, level 3. Obviously, you know, the higher the level, generally the more complicated and in-depth it becomes. But yes, I would say literally anything from 6 months to 2 years, depending on what you are doing, what course you signed up for, where you signed up for doing a naturalist course. So yes, but thank you for that question, LG7. These kingfishers are really pulling out my soul. Doesn't sound so nice or doesn't have as much impact as it does in Afrikaans. In Afrikaans, you say, "Hulle trek my siel uit." Pulling out my soul sounds sounds vicious, but not as vicious as in Afrikaans. They are really teasing me, these kingfishers. Leslie, I believe it is. You would like to know what is the difference between a naturalist and a ranger. So, when we study, we actually refer to ourselves as guides, which is the same as a naturalist. On Wild Earth, we just refer to it as a naturalist. But so a naturalist or a guide is someone that specifically, has the role of educating local or international people on wildlife, the importance thereof, etc. Ranger is more, they too can do that, but ranger is more someone that takes care of the maintenance, the conservation, all of that when it comes to the different reserves or the parks or whatever the case is. So a naturalist or a guide is specifically to educate people and to, share their passion and their knowledge and their experience of animals and all of that with people. And again, as I say, a ranger can also do that, but for the most part, rangers are more behind the scenes, as I like to call it. And both equally important, of course, all of the people that are taking care of different reserves, different, whether it's a private game reserve, whether it's a national park, it really, really is important all around. Anyone that is involved with conservation, and that includes all of you that are watching the show right now. It's really so crucial to bear in mind that even if you are not qualified, even if you don't have a certificate behind your name, or you necessarily don't know absolutely everything, remember, I also don't know everything. Tristan doesn't know everything, Ben doesn't know everything, even James Henry does not know everything. We are learning every single day ourselves as well. So, yes, definitely important all around, all of us. You guys as well as us, as well as anyone out there who wants to learn all about wildlife.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Future.
Where is this impala that's talking to us? That you keep hearing, that's an impala. I don't know if it's just below the camera or where, but it is talking to us. And that is just a general vocalization or communication method between them. That So that is just when they chat to each other, just general communication. Of course, when they make that blowing pa sound, then you know they're definitely alarm calling for something. But this is just the ladies having a bit of a gossip session about the man that they share, most probably. How odd. And we only have a little bit of Escape to Nature left today, but you are welcome to still send through any questions or comments or suggestions that you might have. You're welcome to ask me something personal as well. Take your chance before it never comes back again. But no, I just want to see a birth, really. And these ladies are due. They are very much due. So why can't they just do it? Oh. I've got a comment from LG7. You are saying you're always amazed at all the knowledge that I have and share with all of you guys to be educated and enjoy nature as if you were right here. Thank you so much, LG7. That is a brilliant comment that really made my day. Thank you so much for that. And you know, at the end of the day, we really need to do it like that, because technically you are all on the vehicle with me. Whether it's virtually or not, you are all here with me. You are listening to all of this with me. You are chatting about all of these animals and the different interactions and everything we see. So technically you are here right with me. And I really want to thank all of you for that. It's very special, the position that we find ourselves in, being able to not just entertain people, but also simultaneously educate them and be educated. Again, you know, we can always learn from all of you as well. And it really is such a privilege and an honor to have all of you join us, but also educate us as well. This morning, Shelly B, I believe it was, educated myself that a collective noun for a group of ladybugs is actually a loveliness of ladybugs. So there's something I learned. Yesterday I learned the longest scientific name for an animal contains 42 letters. So it's odd and it's random info, and you know, just like I sometimes provide you with random info, it makes it fun. You can't always just, you know, be factual and just talk about the same thing on safari. And that is truly what I do love about Escape to Nature. We can just enjoy it and just watch these animals be and chat a bit about, you know, the things that we don't often chat about. Wildlife enthusiast, I like your name. You are asking, is being a naturalist a fun job? Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm on air. I can't, you know, tell the truth now. No, I'm kidding. Yes, definitely. Definitely. It is, you know, I always feel so guilty when we call it a job, because it is not a job. It's actually such a massive privilege to be doing what we are doing. And it's so much fun. I mean, how many people, you know, get to say that for a job they just watch animals and talk to people and interact with people about these animals and watch what the animals are doing and just animals. So for me, as soon as I heard that, I was hooked. But that being said, I'm gonna be very honest with you. If you've ever been to a lodge or you've ever been on safari, please do know that the guides that we call them at a lodge, we refer to guides, which is the same as a naturalist, really work their behinds off. So for the most part, in most lodges, a lot of the guides work 42 days straight consecutively. That includes public holidays, birthdays, Christmases, New Year's, Mother's Day. You know, that doesn't sort of exist. So you work 42 days consecutively, then you have off for 2 weeks. But in those 42 days, specifically now in summertime, I remember when I was still actively guiding, I would get up at either 3:30 or 4 o'clock. You would prepare your vehicle. And again, this differs at every lodge, depending on if you've got a tracker or assistant that helps you. But then you get up. Where I worked previously, we had none of that. So you would get up, fix your vehicle, fold the blankets for the guests, make them warm water bottles for the vehicles, get yourself ready, then go make coffee for the guests, prepare the biscuits. Not make the biscuits, luckily. Goodness shame. Otherwise, I would have poisoned a few people. I'm not a baker. And then you have coffee with your guest. You have to wake your guest up, make sure everyone is ready for safari. Then you go on a good 3, 4, 5 hour safari sometime. Get back, have breakfast quickly, go chat to your guest, ask them what they would like to do for the day. Take them out again at like 1 o'clock for a small drive just to see if anything is around any of the water holes. And then, in between your morning safari and your midday small drive, you would need to wash your car as well, because your car always, or your vehicle always, needs to be presentable. And fold your blankets back up. Obviously your guest would have mostly used it on safari. So then anyway, you go out for your midday drive, come back. Then between your midday drive and your afternoon safari, you quickly have lunch, you quickly take a shower, or you quickly take a nap of like 5 minutes. And then you head out. Or no, then you have high tea with your guest. Before that, you also pack your cooler box. Make sure all of your guests will have the correct glasses and wine and champagne, or whatever the case is. Then you go do safari again. And then you get back at like 7 or 8 o'clock. Then, depending on where you work again, sometimes you have dinner with your guests, sometimes you just have to stay around the lodge until your guests go to bed. And then you take or escort your guests to bed, because it might be potentially dangerous. You know, you might be in an area where it's not fenced, where there might be predators. Again, every single lodge and reserve is different. And then around 10 o'clock you get into your room, take a shower and just pass out, because 4 o'clock you get up again and do it all over again. So if you've ever been to a lodge, even if you go to Kruger or Pilanesberg and you see the guides there, or the rangers as they refer to themselves, please just salute them, or give them a hug, or give them an energade, or just something, because it can be very exhausting. But it is definitely the best job in the whole wide world, that I can say with the most confidence. And yes, just absolutely the best job. So thank you, wildlife enthusiast, for your question. It is definitely a fun job. I'm just hoping for one of these females to have contractions. How cool would that be? And it's interesting when you look at the different harems and the different groups. Excuse me. I just swallowed my own voice. When you look at the different impala harems and herds that we've seen, you know, just here in Djuma, the different groups. Some of them have their lambs already, some of them don't. Some of their lambs are already like a month old. Oh, look at the oxpecker. So, I know it's not a leopard. Well, it's not relevant to what we are looking at now. But just before I do forget, while we do not know what has happened to Tingana, Wild Earth will be hosting a moving tribute to him, our beautiful male leopard, who has not been seen in quite some time. So we would like to share the memories and the moments and everything that made him a special member of our family. So please do join Tristan and Ben on the 10th of December at 8 p.m. Central African time. And of course they'll be celebrating and remembering the beautiful times that we have had at Wild Earth with Tingana. So please do join us for that on the 10th of December. But what an absolutely wonderful day we have had with impalas, with zebras, baboons, giraffes, lions, elephants. It has been an absolutely awesome day on Escape to Nature. And as always, I would like to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for all of your questions, comments, suggestions, just most of all your interest. Really, we do appreciate you tuning in, even if you didn't join us for the full Escape to Nature. Just knowing that people are in fact interested in learning about animals and their environments and everything. So thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature, and please do join us again tomorrow. We will be back same time, same place, and of course do stay tuned for Penguin Beach right after this for some adorable penguins. And as always, then we will have our beautiful sunset safari with all of our crazy naturalists. But from myself, Lisa, on the different dam cameras at Okokoyo, Juma, as well as Mashatu, from the beautiful Lauren in Madikwe, from the finicky Tristan, the funny Tristan that also joined us on Escape to Nature today. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. As always, all of your time and everything is appreciated, as well as Liam in Kariga. But thank you to all of you for joining us on Escape to Nature, for all your comments, questions, suggestions, and most of all your interest. I would love to see all of you back again tomorrow, same time, same place. I'm looking forward. And I do believe we will have a beautiful day tomorrow. We've had a beautiful day today already. But from myself, Lisa, your crazy waterhole naturalist, thank you so much. And I hope everyone has a beautiful rest of the day.